Hello, hello, hello.
Hello everybody, sorry if that made a loud unpleasant noise for a second. Chappie got it indeed, it is Princess Maker 2. I was surprised nobody got it sooner. Because I feel like that's a pretty well-known game. And it's on almost literally everything. The Buck Bumble posting? Sure, why not? I have no strong feelings about Buck Bumble, to be honest. It's fine. But I do like that Argonaut have custody of their old games and are bringing them to modern platforms. They deserve it. Yeah, Princess Maker 2, though, I think has been on no fewer than 10 platforms. PC 98, FM Towns, PC Engine, 3DO, Saturn, DOS, Windows, PS2, the Game Park 32. I think there's a modern version on Switch. It's on everything. Like, everything. Because it's a really good game. I do want to get the 3DO version. I don't know if it has arranged music. I would imagine that it does. But it's on everything. You will raise a daughter. You will like it. It was a popular series, too. And developed and published by Gainax. Which is why it's got such a distinctive art style. Anyway, we're not playing Princess Maker 2 tonight, unfortunately. I'm gonna beat Memorick's stupid adventure. I don't know how much I have left of it, really. I'm sure there's a fair amount. Will it surpass Doom for platforms? No. No. Games which were not released on 10 platforms. Yeah, where's our Knight's Adventure, or Knight's Apprentice Memorick's Adventure modern port. When are we getting that, HD edition? We're not, but could you imagine? Also, I've been thinking about what are other Xbox games I could play. Because when I've got my, or whenever I've got a system hooked up, I like to think, well, instead of bringing it back into the basement, what other games could I play? I grabbed a stack of original Xbox games. Some I've picked up recently, some I've had for a while. I do have Breakdown. It's okay. I've got Gun Valkyrie as well. I didn't grab any of those. Let me see the ones that I did grab. So I've got a small stack of games here. Some are ones I bought recently, some are ones I've had for a little while. So obviously there's Knights Apprentice, Memorick's Adventures. Then, the thing that's in the Xbox right now, believe it or not, I was playing a bit of it last night, Frogger Beyond, which is pretty good, it seems. That was multi-platform, I just happened to have it on Xbox. That one's not a bizarre 3D platformer starring a horrible-looking Frogger. It's actually quite cute-looking and plays normal. I have Nightcaster, Defeat the Darkness, which I tried out. It seems pretty okay. Pretty good. I have a notorious game here. Got Azaric, Rise of Parathia, which was a much, much hyped up Xbox exclusive that pretty totally fizzled. Narc was one of them. That was kind of a reboot of an arcade game, Dweller Dark. True Crime Streets of LA, Dead to Rights were others. I'm sure there were more. Final Fight Streetwise. Azaric. I should stream Azaric. It was an ambitious game made by Microsoft's in-house studio. It was Adrenix? I'm not sure. I don't have Metal Dungeon. I've got Blinks the Time Sweeper right here, which, it's Blinks alright. Got a game called Jaeger. It was published by Chemco, who I don't associate with Xbox very much, but it looks like an okay flight game that I guess was on PC as well, and is notable for being one of the first computer games to only ship on DVD, I think. Small factoid for you there, which in 2002 or 2003 was not obvious. So Dweller Dark, I do actually have plans for that. The one I need to get my hands on is the Game Boy Color version, which is by far... Well, no, the N64 version's also pretty expensive, but I do have that. Let's see, other games in this stack. I have one called Dinotopia: The Sunstone Odyssey, which I've never heard of. I guess it was multi-platform and based on a movie. Never heard of it at all. Looks like a pretty generic action game. No, Chappie, the PC version was notable for being one of the first computer games to only ship on DVD. Xbox was always DVD. PlayStation 2 could be CD or DVD, didn't matter when the game released. Then I've got Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy, which is a good game. And the Xbox version, I think, is the most competent of all the original versions. That one actually supports all the way up to 720p, which is kind of amazing for a 6th gen game. That's a solid game. And I've got Blackstone Magic and Steel, which I believe was developed by Idea Factory and is an Xbox exclusive Japanese game. It's the best Syncoplay. And then I've got two first-person shooters that I always confuse with each other, both of which I remember getting a lot of magazine advertisement and then coming out to lukewarm reviews. One being Pariah, the other being Project Snowblind. Both of which came out, it looks like, what year? 2005 for Pariah, and 2005 for Project Snowblind. That must be why I get them mixed up. They both look incredibly generic. I've not played either of them, but I bought them because I think they were like $8 each, and the store I go to often has a buy 3 get 1 deal on it's PlayStation 1, 2, 3, Xbox 360, Wii, DS, all count in the buy 3 get 1. And the cheapest game has to be $10 or less, which means I'll usually grab like 4 $10 games, spend $30, get 4 games. It's great. But those are some of the games I've got in the stack right now. Blackstone Magic and Steel looks interesting. I don't have any of the demo discs, unfortunately, but Nathan Frost, named after a guy you graduated with that ended up the studio, they thought he had a cool name. That's amazing, Syncoplay. That's, I don't want to say it's not a cool name, but it really sounds like the kind of name they'd give generic action man in a first-person shooter from 2005. Which is not to cast aspersions on the guy you know. But do you know what I mean? It's rather funny sounding. Hello, Mog. What were you up to? Oh, I do just have Republic Commando Dweller Dark. Jean-Luc Cougar is one of the funniest of all time. But welcome on in, Raiders. What were you up to? So welcome on in, folks. If you don't know me, my name's Professor Bloom. I am a music teacher. I do a lot of singing, play lots of Doom 2 custom megawatts, and lots of retro games exclusively on real hardware. And tonight, I'm continuing a playthrough of one of the most generic games I've ever seen in my life, which is an original Xbox exclusive that I had never heard of prior to seeing it on the shelf at a local game store for $9. It's called Knight's Apprentice Memorick's Adventures. In Europe, I believe it was called Memorick the Apprentice Knight. He is not a Knight's Apprentice in the game at all. He's a Wizard's Apprentice working for Merlin. The whole thing's vaguely Arthurian. It might be notable for being the most sauceless game I think I've ever played. And, like, impressively so. So, hold on. Let me turn on the Xbox. And I'll show you what I mean. Well, actually, let me turn that off and turn the audio on so that you can actually hear the Xbox turning on. That's the thing people want to hear. There we go. A great console startup. I also had to take Frogger Beyond out of the Xbox, because we're not here for Frogger. Maybe another night we will be, but not tonight. Also, this Xbox was originally my sister-in-law's family Xbox that I've had for a long time now. And it's still got all the old save files on it. Thing still works perfectly. But let's see how Memorick is doing. So what the... I can't get over his name just being Memorick. Is it soft-modded? Nope. This is a completely stock Xbox. And it's just working fine. Yeah, Memorick with a K at the end. I'll replace it, Volpez. Yeah, is it live or is it Memorick? It really does Syncoplay. Memorick, the brand of CDRs. This game, if it were a little bit better, would be fine. It's got a number of really questionable design ideas that would not be hard to fix. Like, the camera is quite bad. Also, the menus, for whatever reason, your analog sticks don't work. You have to use the D-pad, which is fine. But an odd decision, define questionable. Things like that. You know, not being able to use the analog stick in the menus. Another similar design decision, the camera, besides the controls being non-customizable, which, whatever. Yeah, we're in the bayou now. You know, clicking left on the analog stick rotates. I'll just say, this is pushing left, this is pushing right. So they're inverted, that's fine. You would think up and down would then be inverted as well, but no, up and down on the stick just zoom in and out. So you can't control your up-down angle, which would be fine, except there's times you need to look up or down. To get around that, you can go into first person and look around, in which case now the up and down are inverted on the stick, but the left and right are not. So that's fine. You know, I can get used to that. But it's inverted x-axis in third person, non-inverted x-axis in first person. You do have a double jump, apparently, and I found this out by checking the GameFAQs guide. The manual doesn't tell you that you can double jump, and it doesn't tell you you can roll. Both of which are completely necessary for progress. You never get more than the basic 2-hit combo you do here. Just basically, it's so basic that you wonder... You know, it wouldn't be hard to improve those things. Oh, we did learn one new move now that we have Excalibur, though. Also, your jumps are very much almost like Castlevania or Ghost and Goblin style, where you're locked into them from the direction, from the time you jump. So you don't really have any air control over your jump, which I'm fine with. But again, that ties into it would be nice if the camera were a little better so that you could position, you know, more deliberately. It's really just a very generic game that a few small tweaks would have it go from, like, subpar to average, you know? Right. Well, it at least made sense, syncope in the case of Mario 64, where you were very much controlling a character. Oh, we have an NPC for the first time! 150 orbs are needed to cross the Toxic River. We haven't had a single one of those that's not Merlin. That's crazy. Is there leveling or currency for trade? No. So I think actually we can't do much here until we get more orbs somewhere else. Right, there are orbs. Oh, now we need to go break the seals, which I believe are those, like, monster spawners. So I think we need to go back through every single level and do that. Because that's the kind of game this has been. Who is the supposed audience for this game? That's a great question, Linguini, and something I was thinking about both last week and, well, Friday I played this, and over the weekend I was thinking about it a lot. Okay, so we broke the one in Camelot. I think the one here is back at the start of the level, maybe? But I was thinking about it. It was probably... I mean, being that it was a budget title, I think Blue Sharks is onto something. You know, getting the well-meaning relative buying a gift for a kid audience. I do think the game very deliberately skews younger, with the idea being that maybe that was underserved on Xbox compared to, you know, PlayStation 2 or GameCube. But the game's not cute enough to be appealing, and it's not cool enough to be appealing either. Do you know what I mean? Oh, that's the thing we gotta break. So I think I just need to go break one of those in each level now. So we're gonna go back to Merlin's Island. Yeah, little sibling of somebody with an Xbox. It really does feel like the kind of game, I think Syncoplay was saying, like a student project that was never really meant for prime time, that somehow got picked up and turned into a full release. So one sec, I need to turn a lamp on. There we go. Yeah, this game came out in 2004. Which seems remarkably late. Right, I think that's kind of who they were going for. How did I first hear about this game viral? I didn't. And it's Xbox exclusive, which is even more wild, because I feel like, you know, a lot of the high-profile original Xbox exclusives, and even some of the more, you know, off-the-beaten-path stuff, everybody knows about. I had never heard of this game until I saw it on a store shelf and said, what is this? And what the hell kind of name is Memorick? So naturally, I had to buy it. I don't ever remember seeing this in a magazine back in the day either. So this game really is like a complete unknown to me. And to most. Whoops. There's also 0 penalty for dying at all. So that's kind of nice. Unexpectedly frustrating. That's one way to put it, Hikage. I think it's more that it's amazingly generic. If his full name is Memorick, that would be extremely funny, Karin. It does have double jump, which apparently is not mentioned in the manual. Viral, the Dreamcast, every game, with a very few exceptions, could output in 480p. The original Xbox can output up to 720p, so that's slightly cleaner. Though using VGA on Dreamcast does look great. I did almost spend $30 on a brand new sealed copy of this game before coming to my senses and saying, that's really stupid, I shouldn't do that. Because my copy didn't come with a manual, and apparently no one has scanned the manual for this game, so it is not online. There were several games that did 1080i on both PS2 and original Xbox, though I would say 720p looks a lot cleaner than 1080i. Certainly on a modern display. On displays of the time, then the others would look a little better. 1080i, but I play my Dreamcast in 480p using a VGA cable. And when my Xbox is hooked up not to my stream setup, then I usually am using a component for 480p. I can break that one now. So I think I need to break these in every stage. Yeah, thank you, Mog. Take your ease, rest up. Merlin raised Memorick and gave him his name. That's just another thing for us to be mad at Merlin about. Oh yeah, we can break these now, which give us fuel for the special attack we do. Memorick Aldous. Merlin hated him from the start. Had no aptitude for magic. The sword sound effects are also especially pathetic. I did play Phantom Crash, Boniface. How's Memorick treating me? Fine. I say as I get Memorick stuck. I forgot he takes fall damage, which is very funny. Alright, let's go back to the Enchanted Lake, because we can break the seal there. And we're gonna need to gather more orbs. Some places or another. Is the glowy sword distracting? Eh, looks fine. I do think it's fun that there's, like, a couple flippy moves you can do that, again, apparently, according to the GameFAQs guide, the manual doesn't tell you about. Which is, again, very funny. Probably it's because the particle effects were built into whatever pre-baked engine they were doing. The funniest scold I remember doing off the top of my head, probably one of the ones I do to Woozle. Oh no, there was one where I turned around and yelled at him outside of the window. I was cooking with that one. Let's see. Wait, I think I can check if there are orbs I'm missing. Let me see. Nice streak, Caleb. Okay, I can see... Enchanted Lake. I'm missing a lot of orbs here, apparently. So I think I need to find these to progress in Bayou. Oh, you know what? I bet they're the ones that were on the slide. That's probably what I'm missing. Well, let's see what we can do about it. I don't think there are any others in the rest of the level here. Certainly doesn't look that way. Yeah, enjoying all 26 different enemies, of which there totally are that many. This is where the camera control becomes frustrating, because it's really hard to tell how close or far you are from other platforms. Oh, and I got shot. Yeah, Memorick, your fandom doesn't have an agreed upon psychosis that they experience in desperation for more of your game. That means your game sucks. As a point of comparison, the Bionicle PS2 game, while not at all special feeling, was much more fun than this. Dweller Dark, there may very well be one guy experiencing the dream, but he's just got nobody to talk about it with. That's a great question, Hikage. I wish I had an answer. I think the lack of a drop shadow underneath Memorick is really kind of what kills it. Because if you had that, it would be way, way easier to do this platforming. Because as it stands, it's super hard to tell when you're lined up with something. Like, I know I need to jump to this platform. Is it a single jump? Is it a double jump? Could hardly say. Hey, it works in Mario 64. I mean, most things work in Mario 64. That's why it's, you know, a classic that's still winning over new players to this day. I don't think Memorick will be winning over very many new players. It didn't win over players in 2004. I've been having fun with it, but that's because I'm streaming it and I'm me. And there's something wrong with me. So no waterfall secrets. A grand tragedy. Okay, so I think this is the part I need to do, which is the slide. Right, and this game appears to have almost nobody remembering it, which is kind of incredible. Because almost any game you can think of, you know, has some kind of fan base. Not Memorick. All right. We gotta find all the orbs we missed. Will probably mean replaying this stupid part a whole bunch of times. Kind of forcing our way up onto the rails here. Yeah, it's not memorickable enough. It's also like just competent enough to avoid being funny bad, and just incompetent enough to avoid being like pretty good but you would never look at it twice. You know, it's in that no man's land. 20,000? That seems probably about right. That's really low sales. I'd be shocked if they recouped the dev cost even at that. Can I, like, psyop the retro gaming world into thinking that Knight's Apprentice Memorick's Adventure on the Xbox is an overlooked gem that people should give it a try? I don't think I have enough influence to make a stupid YouTube video and get people to play it. Now, the only saving grace here is that I maintain orbs even after death. So this whole time I'm orb hunting, it's actually advantageous to die, so that I don't go through, like, a whole stage. A whole stage. Okay. Memorick. I might be stuck. Memorick stuck. Not a second run, Hee-Ho. We're trying to finish it. Memorick, you're going the wrong way. Yeah, it's Orban time. I might actually need to reset the Xbox and hope that it auto-saved. Hold on, can I... Okay, we can save. Oh, we would get the dev gallery. I don't need that. Memorick, you lost all your sponsors by going down too slow. Now, will he unstick himself if I wait long enough? He's trying. He really is. Dev gallery, it's just them going, huh? I genuinely have to reset, or I have to quit and load because I got stuck. I'm about to say something a little psychotic sounding. The game failing in that way makes me like it more. Hey, Critic of Innocence, thank you for 16 months. Oh, there were orbs up there. No punchline. God, that's pretty good. Right, like, bugs like that are actually giving it slightly more character than it had otherwise. Which is to say some instead of none. Right, it was an entertaining way for the game to fail. And even though the game has been full of ways to fail, they've been very mundane. Whereas that was comical. The slide in general doesn't work great, to be honest. Oh, I keep falling off on that one. Gotta memorize this orb layout. The slide levels, the horse levels, and I know there are griffin levels coming up, or at least one of them. All to me feel very much more like padding they put in the game to try to just extend it a little more rather than actual new modes of gameplay they were excited about. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like they're there because the game was already very short. They needed to do something. If I memorize this slide, I'm required to speedrun it. I wonder how fast could you do this game if you were devoted enough? And I don't know that I want an answer to my question. Thing is, for this to be a speedrun-worthy game, I think what you're really going to need to do are find, like, huge skips. You know, like, ridiculous, broken movement kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? In the way that, like, speedrunners have broken SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom wide open. Which is otherwise not a particularly interesting game. You know, it's a licensed SpongeBob game. Whereas if you've got you know, huge out of bounds, ridiculous skips that you can do, now your game gets a little more interesting. So we would need to find those, and I'm just not interested enough in this style of game to want to do that. Like, 3D platform games aren't my, like, favorite type of game. I like some 3D platformers, but the kind of 5th and 6th gen, very collectathon focused type, I've never really been a fan of. And this kind of falls into that category. Like, I don't love the Jak and Daxter games or the Ratchet and Clank games. Not saying that they aren't, you know, well-made, polished games, because they are. They're just not my favorite type. But I wonder what a, you know, speedrunner who likes that style of game would be able to do with this, if anything. It being just slightly too polished to have a major skip or exploit would be incredibly funny. Oh, what hurt me? Right, exactly, Hikage. This not being a licensed game, but having a similarly low quality to many. Really Mario 64 type 3D platformers are much more up my alley. I don't care about collecting stuff. I'm much more interested in the actual platforming. You know? You're not playing Mario because you love to pick up stars. You're playing Mario because the way to get to the star is challenging and interesting to perform. That's always been the difference to me. I do know the Kingdom Under Fire games. I have not played them. Oh, how did I miss the big orbs there? Right, Mario 64 is one of my favorite games. Donkey Kong 64, I think, sucks. And is actively bad. Okay, that was good. Threaten. Flea Flicker, I'm going to make you play Donkey Kong 64 until you get the 102% or whatever it is. And right when you're about to do it, I'm going to delete your save file. I know there's still a lot more orbs I could get on that slide, and I really don't want to. Actually, that's a great threat, is I'm going to delete your most beloved save file. Hold on, can we see her derpy face from here? Yeah, see, Banjo's a great example of one that I just never enjoyed very much. Look at that face. And it's because I don't care about picking up stuff. You know, that's not exciting gameplay for me. They gave it a 3 out of 10. Yeah, that's kind of on the money. I'm surprised that this got a better score from IGN than Bionicle did. Because, yeah, Bionicle was short and easy, but it was also, like, pretty fun to play for the most part. Which this, isn't. Banjo, I always feel kind of bad about because it unquestionably looks and sounds amazing. Not just for an N64 game, but for any game of that console generation. I do remember Mace Griffin Bounty Hunter. I have it on both PS2 and Xbox. The Xbox version is so much better that it's unbelievable. The PS2 version looks like a whole generation behind. It's crazy. Nothing left to do here, I don't think. Did I ever play Blasto? I want to, Hearts Loves. I've been looking for a good copy of it for a while. Every copy I find either has no manual or a damaged, like water-damaged manual. If I'm gonna get a copy, you know, I want it to be nice and clean. Hello, Bones. You know what game I would love to get a copy of, but it's actually shockingly expensive. I would love to get a copy of Captain Quasar on 3DO. But it's very expensive. Okay, Road to Camelot, there's a lot of orbs I could get. So I think if I go... How expensive? Most copies of Captain Quasar I see are well over $100. I do have a copy of Rascal. It looks pretty bad. Well, visually it looks great. It looks tough to play. Hello, Chaotic Claw. Well, let me try going back to Bayou and see if there's more I could have found. Yeah, I'm not trying to spend over $100 on most 3DO games. There's a couple I would splurge for, but not that many. Hearing a lot of strong opinions about Rascal. Should I try to make Woozle stream that with me as a blind race game? Captain Quasar does look quite fun, though. Actually, one 3DO game I would love to get, but it seems quite expensive, was a Japanese exclusive RPG called Okoku no Grand Chef, which is a cooking turn-based JRPG. Which looks quite fun and unique. But most copies I see online run around $150, and I'm not really looking to pay that much. Now, of course, I could just make a backup copy, but... Oh yeah, I can't go in the swamp. My 3DO is much, much better about playing retail copies than backups. Backups, it can struggle quite badly if it needs to stream a lot of data off the disk, as we saw during the Dr. Hauser stream. I did get a copy of Dr. Hauser, retail copy, and it runs great. Are we in Dagobah? I wish. Now, Woozle's Bugs Bunny platformer, Lost in Time, I bought a copy of that. I spent $60 on a copy of that, because it's actually quite an expensive game. I don't know what Woozle's complaining about. It's perfectly fine. It's quite fun to play, in fact. I think he is just being a baby. I did say I will stream that at some point. Do I need to... I think I just need more orbs. Yeah, the Bugs Bunny game. I don't think there's anywhere else I can go. Oh, there we go. If I do a 360 with the stick, I can sometimes do that. Alright, I guess I really do just have to go hunt more orbs, huh? That blows. Unless, let me check the map. That's not a helpful map. His objectives are also not great. Linguini, how dare you compare Woozle to DSP? That's very cruel of you. Memorick the Orb Hunter. We need 28 more orbs. Woozle, if you don't want to be compared to DSP, you should game better than him. You do? I seem to remember you forgetting a critical key combination. You beat Dark Souls, and yet you couldn't beat Evergrace. Very curious. When are you gonna go back to being the FromSoft ferret? And show us how good you are at Evergrace and Forever Kingdom. Or should we, Woozle, return to... Oh, we gotta play Kid Clown and Crazy Chase 2. Ooh, Woozle. People are saying... No, Evergrace is good. Don't listen to Woozle. What do you mean, boring? There's a lot of things you could say about Evergrace, and I don't think boring is one of them. It bores you? Well, you bore me, Woozle. Oh, Woozle could beat Quest 64. That's easy. Quest 64 is quite easy. It's fun, though. I don't know why people hate it so much. Praise Woozle. Woozle, I don't want this to sound like backhanded praise. You're very fun to bully. And I hope you know it is out of love and affection. If FromSoft were good and had any guts, they would make Eternal Ring 2 or Evergrace 3. That's what they should do. They already made Kingsfield 4. Cookie and Cream 2, now we're talking. Kid Clown and Crazy Chase 2. More Tenchu, they only published it. They didn't develop it, I don't think. Okay, so Road to Camelot. Oh, know what? Instead of... Here's what FromSoft need to do. You know, they made a game exclusive to the original Xbox in Japan called Thousand Land. When are we getting 1001 Land? The people clamor for it. A crumb of Kuan. What about, you know, a new Echo Knight? I wish the combat in this game ever changed. There was an Echo Knight 3? I thought there was only Echo Knight and Beyond. Yeah, I thought 3 was Beyond. I thought there was just Echo Knight and Echo Knight Beyond. I didn't realize there was a third. Not only on the PS2 is the thing. FromSoft didn't make a single multi-platform game until Enchanted Arms in 2006. 2 only has a fan translation. Ah, that would be why I didn't know it. Okay, there's more orbs to find here. I gotta find them. Lord of Nightmares. See, that's the one I didn't know. Where am I being shot at from up there? Got him. There we go. What other FromSoft game? Give us Lost Kingdoms 3. I would go for that. Frame Gride 2. Completely unironically, Aldous, if they came out with a Frame Gride 2 with a heavy focus on, you know, online play and customization like the first two have, it would be, like, I think a genuine smash hit. Otogi 3. For sure. I'm really not kidding. I think Frame Gride 2, if it had, you know, that kind of focus, would be like a smash hit game. Does Otogi not emulate? Good thing I have both of them. I know it's an original Xbox game. I own it. I've never messed around with Xbox emulation. 3D Dot Game Heroes was so cool. I'm glad I bought it when it was like $10 instead of the much more it goes for now. It's playable. Oh, okay. I'm hearing some conflicting reports on playability levels here. Runs, but you can barely play it. I see. I know a lot of systems have had big strides made in emulation recently. Like, after not being very good for a very long time, Saturn emulation is now pretty much totally fine. Much, much higher compatibility. So I wasn't sure about Xbox. Right. Unfortunately, I doubt we'll ever see a return to the wild, experimental, creative days of FromSoft. Because, you know, it's not what makes money. So while I bemoan that, you know, we're not going to get weird games like, say, Lost Kingdoms anymore, it's balanced out by... Oh, I can't be a hater. Elden Ring is very good. I enjoyed it a lot. Did that one on Switch 2 come out yet? Duskbloods or whatever it's called? Because that looked promising. That seemed to me like a return to a weirder FromSoft, where it's like, guess what? We're gonna give you Bloodborne 2, but it's multiplayer only, and you gotta play with friends. I like weird ideas like that. Hey, now I love the Rocketeer. Probably not Synco Play. I would forgive it, jank, but I think I'm a lot more tolerant of that than most players these days. Like, I get why. You know, people want a polished experience. Wimps. Yeah, a lot of people seemed upset about the play with your friends. Almost want to say requirements with Duskbloods. Oh, I had that rune the whole time. Sure could have used it. I agree, Hikage. Not only the PS2 though, FromSoft put out a bunch of games on like all different platforms. PS2, Xbox, Dreamcast, GameCube, and they were all different. That's the great part, is that you weren't just getting, you know, a watered down version of one on the other platform. You were getting totally different games. They're like Lost Kingdoms, GameCube exclusive. Murakumo, Renegade Mech Pursuit. That's only on Xbox. Eternal Ring, Evergrace, Forever Kingdom. Another Century Episode, licensed games for, you know, Bandai Namco. Only on PS2. I did pick up the first Another Century's Episode game not too long ago, because I saw it at a shop for $10, and I'm like, that sounds like a good deal to me. Okay, we've got enough for Bayou now. Let's find if I missed any others. Oh wait, there's probably a monster spawner over here I can break as well. And there sure is. Though it's not a monster spawner, it's just a seal. Chrome Hounds! God, Chrome Hounds was fun too. And totally unique. With how much, you know, better and more integrated online gaming is, it seems crazy that they've never made, like, a Chrome Hounds 2. Do you know what I mean? Like, that feels obvious to do. And yet, they have not. I would be lining up for that, personally. Oh, is Armored Core 2 multiplayer back online? That's cool. Let's see. I thought, was that orbs the whole time and I just never picked it up, but no. Now that we can teleport from here, let's get out. Am I going the right way? Thought I was. Oh, there it is. Okay, we've got the orbs for Bayou now. What if the game requires you to pick up every orb? That would honestly be pretty funny. Hey, congratulations, Cinco Play. I look forward to being able to purchase a copy. I think, if I'm remembering right, at least one or two photos from my personal collection made it in there. I think I got 10-Yard Fight and Puss in Boots: Perro's Great Adventure in there. Which, Puss in Boots: Perro's Great Adventure is maybe my favorite, like, 3 or 4 out of 10 game ever. Mostly because, why did that make its way to the US at all? It is the really short one. It's also a semi-sequel to a 1986 Famicom exclusive game, which was a tie-in for a movie starring Toei Animation's mascot. I have played the Famicom one, yeah. They're incredibly short, easy platformers that I think the first time I played the first one, I beat it in under a half hour. There's almost nothing to them whatsoever. It has hysterically dated graphics for a 1990 NES release, and I can't hate it. It's like... it would be like hating a kid's drawing in crayon that you put on the, like, refrigerator. Do you know what I mean? Alright, this is a land rich in orbs. I think it actually does have a lot of them. Let me check. Okay, yeah, there's 270 to gather here. Does Wikipedia have it under its Japanese name? It shouldn't, because not only was it an English release, it was a North American exclusive. And also, they are different games. Believe it or not. They have different levels and everything. I gotta break that seal. I love how impossible it is to tell where those, like, enemy will-o'-the-wisps are relative to you. You just can't tell. It's great. Now they're just handing out orbs all willy-nilly. Not really complaining, but... But yes, that is a game where I think if you buy Cinco Play's book, it's a photo scan of my cartridge that's in there. Right, it should be under the English name, but also they are different games despite heavy similarity. Need a rune for that. Ah, hold on. I see a hidden orb. Am I gonna get it that? Well, not that way. Well, if you ever do something for Super Nintendo and you need scans of Lisa Birdie getting the whole personal golf simulator, I've got you covered there. I think I'm one of very few people who could provide you with such. I can't believe there was another golf swing simulator on Super Nintendo. I'm glad I own both of them, though. I will need to return to Yonoid runs at some point. It's just, you gotta understand, it's a tough one to grind out. Memorick, this is Talon Feathermore of the Royal Griffin House of Frostgrove. A very old friend. He can take you to the canyon. I've heard about you, little one. Hop on when you're ready to go. Okay, so that brings me to a new area. Let's continue exploring the bayou for all it's worth first. Which I mean those delicious, delicious orbs. Caves! Also, let's see Super Strike Eagle here. Oh, now I want a Japanese copy of that game. I've got a US one. Right, what's the most American thing I can draw? Mission accomplished. Caves, there's 280 orbs in here. My goodness. Do I really need all of those? Probably. The way this game goes, probably do need them. Boobs and bullets, that's what Americans love. What better box art? Alright. Well, everybody's favorite. We got platforming. Platforming over a really poorly lit area. It's really quite hard to see where I'm going here. Okay. Right, amazingly poorly lit for a lava zone. There we go. The poor lighting is making it very hard to judge my jumps. I can only hope that the checkpointing here is generous. Also, not being able to adjust the up and down of the camera, not great. It is Howl. I'm gonna finish it. Oh, cool. My shield doesn't work against that. Nope, no air control. Once you start a jump, you are committed to that direction. I do love that guy's death screen. Yeah, it's Castlevania, Ghosts and Goblins rules for jumping. Oh, fuck off. That was, unfortunately, quite funny. The knockback. Also, I've been seeing a lot of people with the emote. Is Pragmata, is that how you say it? Is it good? I've seen very little of it. Metroidvania mixed with Dead Space. That sounds very promising. Is it third person, first person? I've watched nothing about it. Third person, okay. I assume that my GPU would still be able to run it. I have a 3070 RTX. Which I would assume is more than enough still, but plot's a bit predictable. I mean, I'm seldom playing a game because of the plot. If the plot is good, that's nice, but that's not generally why I play a game. Oh, I was stuck. There we go. It's nice to be attached to the characters, but I play games for the gameplay. So if that's good, I can overlook, you know, a predictable or generic plot. The opposite for me is seldom true. A game's story would have to be really, really compelling for me to want to push through, you know, uncompelling gameplay. I mean, VNs would be played mostly for the plot. But that's why I would say I'm reading a VN rather than playing it. Though depending on the VN, it will have different levels of, you know, gameplay as such. Which is to say, most VNs that I've read/played, have a very compelling plot, and that's why I'm reading them. Is Ace Attorney a VN? Maybe. I don't really care. The line between VN and adventure game is rather fuzzy. It's one of those things where I guess the difference would be, is it interactive fiction or just regular fiction? I like reading novels, so I like a good VN. If a VN doesn't have engaging writing, then we have a real problem. I love that these platforms don't appear to have any reliable syncing, like synchronization. They sure were, Woozle. Hey, Imitation Orange, thank you for the 5 months. Are we sure it's not purgatory? I'm not sure. That's true, I am still smiling and laughing. Nope. We'll get there. I should play, thinking of, early adventure gaming like that, I should really play Portopia Serial Murders. Because that's like a genre foundational. Eastern Mind, I'm not sure if I know it just by name. There we go. And so Osamu Sato's first game. I should check it out. Just throw myself in the lava, it doesn't matter. We're fine. Anything over here? Nope. Right, I would be thinking of the original Syncoplay. The JB Herald games are on everything. I wish the PCFX one didn't cost like $1 billion. Oh, know what I learned about the other night? They unfortunately seem fairly expensive on average. There was a series of VNs on the 3DO. I think they were also on Japanese home computers and on Super Famicom, called Emit, and they're fully voiced in both Japanese and English, apparently. Despite being only released in Japan, I think they were intended as educational tools to help people with their English skills. I might want to check those out. I think there were 3 volumes, Emit Volume 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, on Super Famicom, I don't think they're voiced, but it is on 3DO. I think they run for like $60 each, which is a little bit much for something that would be mostly a novelty. Hey Lyles, welcome in. What were you up to? Thank you for the raid. Yeah, 3DO clears once again. Oh, didn't land on that. You're right, Petty, it would be. Finished Tracia, how'd you like it? You were playing the new release, right? I've long been considering buying a copy for Genesis. Mostly because I've always heard of Tracia as this game with like a horrible reputation, and I've never really understood why. Because it looks totally fine. Check it, Syncoplay. It probably does have an English voice option. I can't imagine they would take it out of the 3DO version when adding, when putting it on Saturn. Nope, we're dead. Worth giving a play, you'd say, Lyles? I do love my RPGs. So you gotta be right quick with this one. It would help if it didn't eat my jump inputs as well. Nice thing there are no consequences for failure here. Hero's named Roy. I'm already interested. Nope. Have you played Sword of Vermilion, Lyles? It's one I'm very fond of. Actually, I might be trying to go through the level backwards. Nope. If you mess up any jump, you're just dead. Let me go the other way. Let's see, what am I missing? Sword of Vermilion is amazing, amazing music. I don't have the Duke hooked up, Felly. I am using the S, though I do have a Duke. I like both of them. The S just takes up less space. Let's try going back this way. Was one of your favorites? I should stream that one, Lyles. I could probably beat that in a single sitting. Oh, excuse me. Why am I yawning? You really wouldn't think it would be that hard to see where you're going in a lava stage. But it really is. Let me just backtrack a bit, because I think there was a fork where I could have gone one way and went another instead. That might not be. Oh, come on. We're in the lava world. I don't know if it's the final world. Actually, I know it's not. There's another area or two entirely we haven't gone to because we access it by means of a griffin. The thing we need to do here, and indeed in every stage now, is destroy the seals, and then there are also materials we need to collect to make the final shield or something. This is not an RPG, Felly. I don't know if you were misapprehending, but there are a bunch. Sudeki, the Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance games. I suppose you could count X-Men Legends. SMT9. The one I mentioned earlier by Idea Factory. There are a bunch. Gladius. Gladius might be the best one on the console. I know that's multi-platform, but it's very, very good. Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. The Bird Squawk Syncoplay is probably from just a sound CD library that Rareware probably also used. That would be my guess. That was quite common. Yeah, I'd say this is mostly just a regular platformer. Jade Empire, also very good. KOTOR games. Actually, I would be interested to count. Xbox might have more RPGs than GameCube. Because GameCube really doesn't have all that many. GameCube definitely has better. I mean, it has Skies of Arcadia Legends, which is my favorite. But I don't know, a lot of them are shared between the two. And then ones that are only on Xbox. Like, I would say KOTOR is much better than Tales of Symphonia. And Jade Empire, for that matter. Was also on PC, but if we're talking about if you only had one console, if you wanted, if you only had one console that generation and you wanted RPGs, you got a PS2. Because Xbox and GameCube weren't going to do it for you. A lot of people did howl. Many regrets. I mean, it's understandable at the time, though, Felly. PSO 1 and 2 were also on Xbox. Not 3. I feel like 3 is no great loss, however. Never cared that much for 3 myself. Evolution Worlds. You know what? I haven't played that, though I played Evolution and Evolution 2. I don't know. Now I want to do kind of a full accounting of the RPGs on GameCube and Xbox. Yeah, Worlds is kind of a combining of both. I wouldn't call Cubivore an RPG. GameCube also had Mega Man X Command Mission, which I know was on PS2 as well. Don't think that one was on Xbox. I'm just trying to go back to the entrance of this place, man. You know what? Fine, Well, no, I'll go this way, I guess. I've gotten quite turned around here. The extremely dark environment is not helping. That is not a path. It's not surprising to me, however, that the GameCube has a small RPG library. Mostly because it just doesn't have much storage space on disk relative to both PS2 and Xbox. So, you know, putting large content-rich games on it was not particularly desirable for devs. Pokemon Coliseum and XD. I never played those. Do they have like a proper RPG quest line attached to them? I know Gale of Darkness does. I'm not sure on the first one. So I remember them getting criticism for not being mainline Pokemon games in terms of like quest scale. It's very funny to me that Yamauchi was contemptuous of RPG players when a not insignificant part of the Famicom's dominance and ascendancy was Dragon Quest. Like, my man, you are biting the hand that feeds you. They're actual 3D Pokemon games. Are they any good? No, he didn't like video games very much. But he liked doing good business. And he certainly did good business. I'll give him that much. Whoops. XD is more polished. I just can't get over seeing Pokemon XD typed out. This makes me think of laughing. Pokemon lol. Alright, let me just do this platforming. It's giving me trouble. Yeah, Pokemon LMAO or Pokemon Raffle. Pokemon Idge Bowl. Oh, come on. I do say Raffle, but not Lamau. That's true. Who said I have to be consistent, Woozle? Pokemon Rafflecopter. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, that's the third version that you buy a year later. There we go. There we go. Now we're platform gaming. It's over here. Almost nothing. Let's go. A rune is needed. Guess what I don't got? Okay, this stage, I think, more than any so far, is where the camera has really begun fighting me. Because it gets stuck on parts of the environment. Oh, that sent me back here. That sucks. I mean, we all were guilty of it, Felly. That was the style of the time. His death sounds are very good. Oh wait, those retreat completely. I thought they would just go perch on the surface. Yeah, we are blazing it. Not in the dude weed LMAO sense, but in the we're quite literally on fire sense. That's the wrong order to go in. Yeah, I wore a Yowie paddle on my belt, as was the style at the time. Nope. Oh, what? Come on. I do miss it in a way. It was a time before both irony poisoning became too dominant, and when, you know, there wasn't the expectation that you could be recorded by somebody's phone at all times. Exactly. Don't be, you know, nonchalant. Care about stuff. Don't act like you're too cool to give a shit, you know? I haven't thought about that Sakura-Con commercial in a while. That is a true classic. Oh, is it a boss fight?
Memorick, you found one of the reagents. It is called Flame's Kiss, the essence of Avalon's eternal flame.
Sure, man.
Watch out, lad!
Didn't even know I was looking for it. Do we actually have a boss fight now? Something interesting to happen? What if I ignore it and just go pick up more orbs? Oh no, they're just over here now. They're everywhere. Really? I just hit him with my sword once? Wait, no, I fought one of these guys already. That hit me? Sure. Call it Flame's Kiss. That's health. That's also health. I wanted orbs. I only ever want orbs. Is this also going to be health? Probably. Oh no, we got some orbs. I want to have a big stockpile of orbs whenever the game, in case the game comes calling again for, Oh, I thought maybe I could make it. Cannot make it. Did I not get, whatever item was going to help me here? Wait. Can I just jump once on the lava for free like that? Is the game... I did just jump on the lava. It might be possible if I time my jump right. I don't think I was supposed to be able to, but it kind of worked for a second. Yeah, we're discovering the speed tech, actually. I mean, there's no penalty for death, so why not, you know? I'm trying to get it just right. Since apparently it's possible. I mean, you all saw it happen. Yeah, like right on the lip. It feels like if you jump maybe the second he first touches the lava, you can get another jump off. Oh, he jumped, but also died. I think the secret is the game's just not very good. Any attempt to replicate this might be futile. That's not a secret, true. Cosmic ray event, it might have been. Nope. We did it again. Oh, do they respawn, or were those new ones? How'd he aim like that? Come on. I'm gonna brute force my way through this. There's probably something in the level I didn't activate that would close this gap. It still sounds like a baseball bat, the sword. It's outrageous, Kusi. I'm gonna keep doing it till it works. I've had it work twice already. You bought an Xbox, Zenny? Hell yeah. What games are you planning on picking up? There are many, many very good games on Xbox. This is not one of them. This one is, however, very funny. I'm trying to cheese my way across this gap. I did succeed at it twice, so we're going to keep trying that. Bought Psychonauts already. Very nice. Not sure what else to get. Are you interested in exclusives or things that were maybe multi-platform that generation but played best on Xbox? Because there's a bunch like that where it was on everything, but it was probably best on Xbox. Jet Set Radio Future for sure. Wait, what killed me that time? Now, if you want Jet Set Radio Future, may I recommend the combo pack that came with Sega GT 2002? Because Sega GT 2002 is also phenomenal. Gun Valkyrie is another I would recommend. Otogi 1 and 2. Breakdown is another interesting exclusive. I'll look at my Xbox shelf and jot up some recommendations. Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Gaiden Black, Dead or Alive 1, 2, 3, and Extreme Beach Volleyball. Okay, stepping on that kills me, apparently. Panzer Dragoon Orta, phenomenal game. DOA 3 still looks amazing. Soul Calibur 2 is also very, very worth getting on Xbox. Even though Spawn is not a very interesting exclusive character, it does play in 720p if you have component cables, which is pretty impressive. I know we mentioned it earlier, Murakumo, also a FromSoft title, probably worth looking into. Nice thing is component cables for Xbox are very cheap still. Like a couple bucks, maybe. Oh, I just needed to kill them more. I see. Yeah, they're not worth it for GameCube. If you want to play GameCube games in 480p, just play them on a Wii. Like, it's that simple. Is that armor? Oh, I have more health now. Look at that, it's an upgrade, almost like this is a video game. Right, using the chest to hide that was smart. You know, it did say your abilities improve through the game. That's almost technically true now. Now, can I get back across this gap? Voodoo Vince. I always forget about that. Oh, nice. It put me right back where I should have been anyway. Oh, Crazy Taxi 3. Crimson Skies, 100%. I mean, obviously, Halo and Halo 2, which are phenomenal. What else I would recommend straight away? Jade Empire. There are quite a few Japanese exclusives as well. Yep, Forza. Very, very good. Oh, I see. I hadn't actually killed that guy. That might have been the problem. Dino Crisis 3, I think she can do without that one. I think I mentioned Gun Valkyrie already. Oh wait, I see. I was supposed to kill that one first. And then that expanded the way over, I think. Tetris Worlds, yep. Get Tetris Worlds in the bundle with Star Wars Clone Wars. Not that Clone Wars is a great game that you've got to play, but it's like $4. So, you know, at that price, why not? Really, what I would recommend with Xbox is if you've got a local game store that sells retro games, go through the original Xbox section, because a lot of games on Xbox are still really, really cheap. And they'll often have like a buy two, buy three, get one free kind of deal. So you can very quickly get a lot of games for not a lot of money. Okay, but what about arcade racing games, any? Because Outrun 2 is maybe one of the best games ever. It's amazing. And very much a must-play on Xbox. A lot of them are still cheap, which is nice. Oh, one collection type game that would be good to pick up. There was an anthology collection that Tecmo put out. It was exclusive to original Xbox, called Tecmo Arcade Classics, which is a good collection. Was Buffy not on PS2? Could have sworn it was. I guess not. Racing games usually tend to still be cheap. Outrun might be a little expensive now, I'm not sure. Okay, it was a different Buffy game. That makes sense then. Yeah, go to the retro game store right now. I'm lucky to have a large number of retro game stores in my immediate area. So I usually do go like once a week. It's kind of a cool little platforming challenge. It'd be a lot better if the camera worked. Oh, no, I died. It's stocked with good stuff and reasonable prices. I mean, load up on original Xbox, seriously. I mean, I buy PS2 and Xbox games all the time because they're often still pretty cheap. Or rather, there are many PS2 games that are not expensive. Raiden Project for $30, that's pretty good. At one of my local retro game stores, they've got a couple expensive things that have been taunting me. I don't know how else to put it. Where I can't help but look at them. Like a boxed Vectrex for $1,000. And a Neo Geo MVS 4 slot that does need repair work, granted, for $500, and I could probably talk them down lower. $1,000 is too much. It's not that it's unreasonable, it's a complete in-box Vectrex. And they have, believe it or not, a section of Vectrex games. I could get like half the library straight away. Okay, can't make that jump. It's a very good store, Koozie. I go there all the time. I know the owner and the manager quite well. I could probably ask for a little bit of a deal. Or special treatment of some kind and get it. Certainly, if I'm gonna haggle, it would be for the Neo Geo. Oh, wait. I was supposed to do all that to get to that little boss fight area. I just didn't do that. That's funny as hell. That's really, really funny. So I think that means I've gotten everything worthwhile here. Speed Tech, the game is broken. I did see that news. Actually... Oh, that's so funny. I did put the pre-order price of the Neo Geo AES Plus on my throne. Not that I would expect anybody to fund that. But if it were, know that you are dooming me to a fate of buying very expensive games. I think the pre-order for the standard edition is $250, which which honestly is very reasonable for a brand new console. And about in line... Actually, that's cheaper than most used AESs these days as well. All right, go and shop, Zenny. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. I mean, as far as Neo Geo goes, though, I'm quite spoiled with my Neo Geo CD. Because, in general, a lot of games on Neo Geo CD are pretty affordable to begin with. And it's got no copy protection. So, most of the games are free 99, if you know what I'm saying. However, not every game on AES is on CD. How well do burn discs run? Pretty well. I don't have much more trouble with them than with retail discs. So in relative terms, they run much better than backups do on my 3DO or CDI. Not as well as they run on my Saturn. My Saturn handles backups quite well. But it does also, you know, need a Saru to read them. I don't have my Saturn mod chipped. Oh, I made that work. Sick. Got a steelbook copy of Red Dead 2? Hell yeah. I know I do mention to people, I do play modern games. Original Xbox in the box for $150? That's a reasonable price. Personally, I wouldn't care if it's in the box or not, but not bad. Saturn's still able to connect to the internet. I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if people have figured out how to spoof the Netlink adapter. What do I consider a modern game? Say anything from like... I mean, Red Dead 2 is a modern game. No, I do buy new games that come out, though. Like, I'm considering Pragmata if I keep hearing good things about it. I just don't stream them. Whoops. It's 8 years old. It's still a modern game. Okay, have they come out with anything better than Red Dead 2? I just keep missing that jump. I'm very much looking forward to Pokopia. I am going to buy a Switch 2. Because it's hit my, you know, exclusives threshold. And just the prospect of Switch 1 games loading faster and running better generally is attractive. Doesn't support mouse. You feel like that game, if anything does, would. I have been seeing a lot of the new Tomodachi Life, and it looks very fun, though I think that's the kind of game that I personally would enjoy watching other people play more than I'd enjoy playing it myself. Just the idea of being able to play Switch 1 games and have them work better, even ones that don't have a specific Switch 2 update, is really attractive. It's the same way the only reason I'd buy a PS5 is to have a better PS4. And maybe when pre-owned PS5s are like under $300, I might do that. Because I like my PS4 a lot. But it sounds like a jet engine struggling to take off. So, you know, the idea of the PS5 playing the same games but not being on the verge of dying sounds like a nice thing to have. See, I thought about doing the PS4 Pro, Felly. But at that point, I may as well just buy a PS5. Bloodborne, I don't care about the frame rate so much as if the system's a little bit quieter. Just because my PS4, it's maybe the loudest console I own. Maybe my Dreamcast is louder, but not by a whole lot. And my Dreamcast is loud as hell. I mean, my Dreamcast is crazy loud. My Dreamcast is not dying. It's fine. It's totally fine. It hasn't failed to load a game yet. Yeah, yet. I have had to adjust the laser on it, though. So it's on borrowed time. I know this. I've seen people online go like, oh no, you shouldn't adjust the potentiometer on a system that's not reading discs. It'll burn out the laser faster. It's like, yeah, it's already on the way out. What do I care if it goes out faster if it means it works again? You know? Like, you're missing the point here. The point is it wasn't working, and now it is. Oh my god, a physics puzzle. Trying to think what my single most rock solid console is. My PS2 has been incredibly reliable for a very, very long time. My Xbox here is also very reliable, and I think quieter than the PS2. Which I know is not typical necessarily. My PS1 is very reliable. What else? GameCube, not very reliable. Has had to be repaired. So I actually have two different PS1s. One is the original PlayStation, one is the PS1. You know, O-N-E, spelled out one. And that one, the Mini, is very, very reliable. No trouble with it whatsoever. The other one, the disk drive does not work very well, which is why it's getting yanked out and replaced with an ODE. My Saturn's very reliable. My PC Engine Duo was horribly unreliable until I fixed it, but I bought it expecting that. My Sega CD, actually, shockingly, shockingly reliable. Which is not a virtue for which the Sega CD is known. However, mine's just been totally fine for as long as I can remember. I would love a CDX. I'm never getting one. Same like I would love a JVC XI. I love not being able to gauge distances. Where would this bring me? Oh, I've died. So who will never know. Oh, it's right here. Snowy Peak. Let's go. New area. Snowy Peak. Now this would be a great opportunity for, like, you know, wintry, snowy music in games. Almost always good. Oh, we've got ice physics. Let's go. Why'd he freeze? Yeah, I have ice physics. The enemies, who can say? Now, I'm no expert in, geology. But how is it that we've gone from the bayou to, a wintry peak with absolutely zero in between? So I thought maybe I could shatter that guy, but it's not an option. I guess they'd just say, it's magic. We ain't gotta explain shit. Yeah, the snowy mountains of Louisiana. I'm downright impressed at just how little this game's got going on. I know that might sound strange. Like, it honestly is kind of impressive, if you think about it. Like, I can't think of many other games with this little identity, personality, whatever you want to call it. To the point that it almost loops back around to having something going on for it. Right. This feels like it's all the placeholders before you finish making the game. Really, even if they just gave me the ability to move the camera up and down, we'd be in a way better spot. I mean, it happens sometimes, Hal, if I'm playing an especially obscure game, that I'll find there's no scan of the manual. But, like, there are collections online that purport to have, you know, the manual for every Xbox game. Oh, just kill me. Okay, good, it did. I was going to say, I don't want to platform all the way back up there. But you would think, especially being an exclusive, there would be something. Because people love documenting things like console exclusives. Not this one, though. Best we can do is total indifference. I mean, not just indifference. I didn't know about this game, and I feel like I know about more games than most. You know? Like, not to hype myself up too much here. I'm pretty knowledgeable about games. Just generally speaking. So when I find something that I don't know anything about, I'm immediately intrigued. Just so happens there's not a lot to know about this one. Also, remember those orb shortages we were facing before? Not anymore. We're flush with orbs now. The ice physics at least don't feel terrible. By which I mean they feel consistent and predictable, not erratic. I'm curious, is there a board section in the GameFAQs page for this? You know, where people chat about it. Because I'd be curious to see if anybody has anything to say. Oh, I'm trying to... What game was it? It was some game I streamed a year or two ago. Where, like, two people... 350 orbs, Jesus. Two people turned it into their personal, like, ERP chat room. Because no one else had used the board a single time. What game was it? First topic, I claim this board for the United States of America. Is this like Fable? No. No, it is not. There's also still that griffin that was in the bayou that I could go ride around. Hey, guess what? This guy's the same as the flame one, only he's made of ice, not fire. The game's so creative. Nothing else for killing that guy. Okay, I don't think I can for good kill those guys, so I'm not going to bother. continue along on my merry way. Nothing down there. This is gonna sound strange. This might be one of my favorite levels so far. Because it's been just very straightforward. And I can see. It's daytime. So, you know, that's nice. Oh, give me more orbs. Can never have too many. Never know when I'm gonna run out again. It makes me pay 350 orbs for a rune now, apparently. Instead of the 150 the game had been asking for most of the time. Game doesn't even, like, try to hide stuff. You know, like, there aren't secrets for me to go find. You think they'd do anything, but they just don't. It's honestly remarkable. This one's at least got decent particle effects for the snow. I'll give it that much. Wait for him to resurface. Get a hit in. Yeah, the haunting loneliness of Memorick. I'm sure there must exist one person for whom this is their, you know, formative, beloved childhood game. There's gotta be one, you know. Every game was somebody's, you know, important first game. I just feel like if this was yours, you probably wouldn't stay a gamer. You know? You'd be like, I don't know what people like about these video games so much. I mean, I've told you, I know a guy who the only gaming device in his house as a kid was a CDI. And when friends at school would be like, oh, come on, come over, play video games, he'd be like, why do people like them so much? They're not that good. He much preferred to play outside. See, this looks like where a boss fight would be. Oh, it's auto-saving, so maybe. Okay.
Memorick, you found one of the reagents. It is called the Heart of Frost, the purest of Avalon's flowers.
Cool.
It appears as though this might be trickier than I had first anticipated, lad.
We got... Okay. I'll just chill here and attack. Is this really going to be this simple? Whoops. The real challenge here isn't not getting hit by them. it's not running into them. You know, like, I'm much less dodging than just trying not to run straight into it. The lack of shadow is not helping here, though. Otherwise, this seems potentially to be a quite easy fight. How many hits will it take? For a second, I thought that was it. Thought it was simply 3 hits and it was done. Which would be very funny. Worst boss in the game is still the one that we had to figure out its extremely tedious pattern. That also could just decide to not do the move. The real question is, how many tentacles do I have to kill? So somebody reviewed this on Amazon and gave it a 5-star. I want to see their other reviews now. You know, a Zelda boss, this ain't. Am I hurting it? That seems dead. Oh, yep, that was it. Even a health bar for the bosses would go a real long way. So where is the reagent? I guess this way. I would like to know, did the people who made this game think it was good? Like, do they stand behind it? You know what I mean? Or they're like, you know, it was actually pretty good. It just didn't get the attention it deserved. Or are they like, nah, it was not very good. Oh, I'm going on the snow slide now. And do you know what I didn't get? Well, no, I don't need to go back here. There was a... Did I miss that one? There was a warp point I could have activated right there, but didn't before going this way, because I didn't assume that I would be spirited out of a cutscene. You know what? Let me kill myself so I can go back and get those orbs. Semi-crap, but worth a buy for cheap. I mean... Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I mean, I paid $9 for it. I would say I've had $9 worth of fun. You know, depending how you quantify such things. Now, okay, that's a hole. For me as somebody who streams video games, you'll probably have, you know, a different experience than if you don't. Have I had $9 worth of suffering? For sure. But, you know, that's that's fun in its own way. The thing is, this game isn't, like, offensive to play. It's just very impressively concentrated mediocrity in ways that, honestly, I'm surprised devs were still capable of in 2004. I thought we'd reached a high enough baseline level of competency. If you made me in Tomodachi Life, yeah, go nuts. Anodyne's a great word for it, Bearer of Peas. But yes, this is just blank permission for anybody. If you want to put me in your Tomodachi Life game, please feel free. My only request would be that you show me anything funny that happens. It does need a hat. Boater hat strongly requested if possible. I don't know how good the customization options are, though seeing the things people have made, it looks like they are very robust. Also, this slide level has been way more fun than the water slide one. And much, much easier. Which makes me question their relative positioning in the game. You know what this is making me want to play, though? I want to play SSX 3 again. That's a glorious game. Dare I say, SSX 3 is on a short list for best extreme sports game of all time. In my opinion, the number one extreme sports game of all time, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. SSX 3 might be the number 2. Gollum's on PS5, isn't it? I mean, if it's on computer, I could stream it. Isn't there that awful Kong game as well? Aggressive Inline I liked, but I wouldn't put as high up on the list. And then there are games I loved as a kid that I know realistically don't belong on a best extreme sports games list. Like, I loved 720 as a kid, and I loved Skate or Die. They're not very good, but I did love them. We're taking some hits. Really, what would be number 3 for best extreme sports games all time? If we've already got Tony Hawk. Oh, I'm just walking now. Memorick, you may use this jump pad if you wish to retry the slide. Fuck no, Merlin. BMX Triple X. BMX Triple X is unfortunately just boring. Because I don't think Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX was ever very good. And it's just Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX with boobs. And that's not enough. Censored on PS2 only. GameCube and Xbox are uncensored. incredibly funny. Still not a very good game, but, you know, that at least is funny about it. Alright, I need to work my way over to the griffin that was here. I think that was like the last straw for Acclaim Chaotic Claw. They just couldn't sustain as many failures as they had had. Which is a shame because they went from, you know, a pretty successful publisher, even though a lot of their games were not very high quality. They put out, you know, enough good ones. They did have funny ad campaigns. Give them that. You know who was racing Acclaim to the bottom, though? Accolade. Well, that's even more back in the day. Okay, this would lead back to the snowy zone. I mean, there were lots of, you know, bottom-of-the-barrel publishers that kind of got weeded out during the PS2 era. That I've either overextended themselves or, you know, the shift away from the rental market that started during that time made their business models no longer sustainable. A lot of those kind of junk publishers started to drop off. And then there were some that published junk, but also published enough high-quality stuff to stay afloat, like THQ. Oh yeah, PS2 long outlasted the rental market. PS2 kept getting games right into the 2010s. Though at this rate, it's honestly looking like the PS4 might beat out the PS2's market lifespan. If only because there are still vast swaths of players who have not moved from PS4 to PS5. Because they see no purpose. And honestly, I don't blame them that much. Yeah, if last game was Pro Evolution Soccer 2014 in 2013, that means that the PS2 was exiting the market the same year the PS4 entered it. Whole generation overlap, straight into the goo. How you doing, Arthur? Also, sorry that I missed your stream yesterday. I was out of the house pretty much the whole day. Let's access the canyon now. Why a swamp this late? They've got the order all wrong, Jones. The swamp led into the snow, too. Scale of Azaric to Sudeki? Worse than both. We're flying a griffin now. Who built these contraptions? To what end? Oh, we can go faster by hitting A. Do a dash. We can slow down by hitting B. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Arthur. Also, Arthur, the Gollum game came up. If I'm remembering correctly, didn't you play that one? How bad is it? We did get Merlin's stick back right at the start. Broke the disc. Hey, I got through that in one go. Wonderful garbage, I have to play it. Oh, are we going to have an actual interesting boss fight? On the back of a griffin?
Agent Memorick, the Titan's Eye. However, we must deal with the Titan before we can get to it. The Titan's Eye seems to have sprouted dark crystals all over the beast. They seem to be the source of its magic. Destroying them will probably fell the Rock Titan.
Oh, we've got a shooter stage. Panzer Dragoon Orta, this is not. This is the closest this game has gotten to cooking. We gotta break the crystals all over its body. Yeah, we have Panzer Dragoon at home. You know what would be super helpful in this endeavor is a targeting reticle of some kind. I can't tell if I'm hitting the rocks or breaking anything. Also, that stock eagle sound effect, I've been traumatized by forever by the movie Warlock 3, which, if you like Warlock 1 and 2, you know, the great cheesy horror movies with Julian Sands, they made a third sequel and couldn't get Julian Sands back. And it's a red-tailed hawk. Yeah, it's one of the worst sequels I've ever seen. But they use that sound effect about 40 times throughout the movie. How many people have faced this boss? Probably not many. This game allegedly sold 20,000 copies. He was introduced as a friend of Merlin, and then just started talking. He didn't talk to us before that. Oh, this is straight doo-doo. I've got so many of those things to break, and it's very hard to aim. There's one. He's gonna just start shooting up stone fingers. Straight poop from a butt. Who even is he? There we go. It's fine. We'll get good at this. I mean, that's all it took, Jones. It gave us a brief flash of sauce and then took it all away. any kind of means to, like, gauge my position relative to something else be pretty nice, you know? Okay, that hit. Can I just get in close and, like, get lucky shots in? No. I could imagine if we ever somehow convince people to start speedrunning this game, this would be one of the, like, critical parts. And everyone would hate it. We gotta convince people to start speedrunning this game. It would be so funny. Thing is, with stuff like Big Bad Game-a-thon, people know about it. Nobody knows about this game. It's like a complete unknown. I was not the first person to bad rat somebody else. Put a bounty out. I kind of want to join you in that. You put the bounty out, I fulfill it. Okay, we're almost there. Well, we already know one skip in the lava world. The, just simply don't die when you walk on lava skip. You can just choose not to die. It's great. Alright, I'm getting better at it. There is a maximum height you're able to go. It's not very high. Got the one on his noggin. I think the worst part of this boss fight is it's almost cool. You know? Like, it's close to having something going on. Did I know this game kind of sucks? I've got an inkling. Cinco play. If this game were more technically incompetent, it would be better. I know that sounds crazy. Okay, that's 2 in without me getting hit once, so that's good. Right? It feels like it should be worse. So the fact that it's, like, kind of okay in a lot of areas is almost confusing. You know? Like, honestly, the graphics, they're average. There's occasional parts that look nice, and then other parts that look quite boring. Apart from a couple spots, it runs pretty well. No, we know why people have tried to run defense for Sonic 06, and it's because they are Sonic fans with the worst case of sunk cost fallacy known to mankind. I'm not saying Sonic 06 speedruns don't go hard. You all know I love plenty of almost indefensibly bad games. Ignore that you broke a disc last time you played it. Look, it was for the bit, Arthur. It's fine. Okay, just one more hit. We got him. I think we got him. No, what? The fight kind of sucked, but big props to them for making one actually interesting boss fight.
There it is! Quickly, dive! He's falling!
They didn't totally give up. No, now the game I should start speedrunning. The game I should start speedrunning is the Dark Convergence 1 and 2. Oh, I already speedrun Yonoid. I need to get back to doing regular Yonoid runs. That's the kind of game you need a break from every few months. Is this even the right way? Had I picked up the eye? Oh, no. Speedrunning Rocky and Bullwinkle looks tough. I'm content to have beaten that game twice. That was enough for me. I guess I already have the eye. Can check objectives, I suppose. Yep. Okay, that'll get me the shield. I have not tried Spyro Enter the Dragonfly on PS2. So I don't really like Spyro. Any percent less than 2 minutes. That's quite brisk. You're still top 15 on it, Arthur? Now I gotta try it. Flying back through this stage, the camera doesn't know which way to go. Because it clearly was only meant to go one way. So now it just sorta doesn't work very well. Which is really funny. There we go. Yeah, that stage was okay. Yeah, who put those there is what I want to know. Clip through a wall, skip right to the final boss, and it's pitifully easy. I gotta try this now. Oh, that's like Eminem's Adventure on Wii. Thank you, Talon. I couldn't have done it without you. Oh, the ugly, ugly, ugly character portrait is back. Just look at that guy. Can't be much uglier. I know Hanabi clipped out all of the portraits last time. I'm gonna need to make the Lady of the Lake one into an emote. Oh, this guy's pretty good too. Think nothing of it. You can always count on me when the cause is just. Farewell, my friend. I can't believe that I got such a good screenshot of that guy in Frogger the Great Quest. Like, that's a crazy good screenshot to turn into a, an emote. That was just pointing the camera at him. I got lucky. I do still need to make the Bean Kid emote. I'll do that, Karin, don't worry. We will get Bean Kid eventually. That little retro handheld was absolutely worth the 20 bucks I paid for it. If only for the bizarre furry sprite edited version of young Indiana Jones. Oh no, there's a Bayou Horse stage. We weren't done with horse. Time for Bayou Horse. What? Oh, that was, isn't it Cock Say You Will Have a Hard mission on, like, the next page? Something like that. I think this is the third horse stage. They're really determined to make it feel like the game's got multiple modes of play. It's the first time they gave us a health pickup in the horse stage, I think. I didn't pick it up, I missed it, but nice to have the option. How'd that count as hitting me? Health might be of critical import. I didn't realize that was a leaf. I thought I was fucking dead for a second there. Oh, come on. How long is this damn horse stage? Why is that one jump so much harder than the others? Now, I know you can accelerate the horse and make it go faster, but I don't want to do that, because then it's harder to dodge shit. And I'm not speedrunning, so I don't need to do that. Ow. Might be worth doing every time there's a big gap, though. Instead of just barely getting it like that. The game is both short and feels like it's overstayed its welcome. I can appreciate that they're trying to make it feel like a, you know, worthwhile length. I mean, the game was 20 bucks. I wasn't expecting the world. Well, it was $9 for me. It was $20 when it was new. don't know if I need to jump from lily pad to lily pad, but I'm not going to mess around and find out, you know? No! Is there actually a timer? No. Going faster or slower mostly seem just to be going faster or slower. So right now I'm trying to go as fast as I can, holding forward on the analog stick. And it does speed you up, but it doesn't really seem worth it. In fact, is making it significantly harder. Yeah, exactly, Toka. The most frustrating part of the horse stages is the camera moves around kind of right to left doing that chase cam thing, but it sometimes means it pulls your horse off the course you already set it on, meaning you end up getting hit by something you would have thought you were going clear of laterally, which, needless to say, is frustrating. This one also seems super duper long compared to some of the others, but maybe I'm just bad at horse. I've only ridden horses a few times in my life. I do not think I was especially good at it. Alright, you know what? Let's use this opportunity to find out about the lily pads. If I get there. Okay, you do in fact need to jump. Now we know. Does anyone know where the love of God goes when the horse turns the minutes to hours? At least it's not randomized, I say as I walk into something I should have seen coming. If it was fully randomized, this would be a misery to play. But it's also just a little bit too long for memorization to be enjoyable. For me, at least. I'm sure there are people out there who love this kind of shit, but it's a misery to play now. I wouldn't go so far as misery, but it's tedious. Like, the novelty value of a new play mode really only lasts as long. I don't know. Point being, I think they've dragged out the horse stages a little too long, generally speaking. Did I make that jump? It sure didn't look like I did. Brought me back to the bayou, so it's fine, I guess. Okay, I could go back to Bayou Horse if I so desire. I do not so desire. However, what else is over here? Did I ever break the seal in this level? No, it's right here. Okay, that's why I needed to do Bayou Horse. Because I gotta break that seal. I also want to go back to Merlin's Island, because now I think I can make the best shield in the game. That's what I needed. Can now be on our way. Maybe. Yeah, it all looking the same doesn't help with memorization. Really, if the camera were just a little better, it wouldn't rankle. Okay. The platform wasn't there, I suppose. Or I missed it. Come on, surely we're close to the end of the game. If anything, those death noises, Dirkus, probably just come from a stock audio library. I do have Sword of Sodan, but if it's past a certain time of night when I'm done with this, I will not be streaming that. And may instead do what I originally planned and just make a long play video for that. The old-fashioned way. Which way goes where? I think I came this way. Let's just go where the arrow says. I mean, I think an original Xbox is a great system and worth having. But, you know, your mileage may vary. Shenmue 2 is certainly a worthy reason to have one. Okay, if I did Bayou Horse, where then am I trying to go? And I can't do the lava trick here, it doesn't seem. So not this way. Go the other way, I guess. Riley, I'm curious, if you ask the folks you play Xbox with, will any of them know this game? My guess is no. I think you should ask them. They've got it exclusively for Halo. Oh, Halo's one I could very easily do as a single-sitting game. That's because it's a game I know well. Never bought the rune. I don't know where to get it either. I think I need to just leave this place the old-fashioned way. Yep, I broke that. Didn't even see where I could buy the rune. Oh, I think I gotta go back down here. There we go. Wait, is that the rune I need to buy or the thing I need? Okay, no, I need the rune to activate it. Well, we can just leave the old-fashioned way. Which means painstakingly walking through the level to somewhere else. Thankfully, we don't need to come back here. We got all the things we need. So once we leave the bayou, we never have to go back to here, the canyon, or the snow place ever again. Whiplash looks fun. I saw a copy of 2 games I saw that were Xbox exclusive. I thought about picking up, but passed on because there were other games I was more interested in instead. One was Torque, prehistoric something or other, which I think was $20. And the other was Whacked, which I think is also exclusive and was $30. Are either of those worth giving a go? I remember Whacked having a lot of magazine advertisement space back in the day, which probably means it's not very good. That's how such things usually went. Were most of the ads masturbation jokes? Yes. We need Crimson Skies online. Who owns the rights to Crimson Skies? Is it Microsoft themselves? Because they are leaving a huge amount of money on the table at all times by not just porting Crimson Skies to all modern platforms. Slap that on Steam, put it on Switch, put it on PlayStation, put it, on Xbox, crossplay, charge $15 for it. You'll make $1 billion. It's a really good game. Does nobody own the rights to Blinks? I've got my copy right here. Steel Battalion, that's from Software. Presumably because it was very, very expensive and didn't sell that well. Which is why they never made another. Buy the rights to Blinks. No, if I'm gonna buy the rights to any game series, it's gotta be Karnov. You're saying you can forge anything, so do it. Can I not see the items I have that I've collected? It tells you your objectives, but it doesn't track progress. Titan's Eye, Flame's Kiss, Hearth of Frost. Bring them back to the black. Yeah. I've got all of those. Did I not pick up the Titan's Eye? Did I not automatically acquire it with the Griffin? Hold on. I am going to look at the Game Facts guide. No, it just says fly back. Just says he'll do it. But he hasn't. Hey, Muware, how's it going? What were you up to? We are trying to finish Memorick's adventure here. It's not going great. Save our game. Now we have a map. However, it does not tell us useful information. What were you up to, Muware? Oh, I didn't get the dragon's scales. That's what I'm missing. Exploration and survival game called Deserted Island. Sounds potentially promising. So I think we've got to go to... Oh yeah, there was a dragon graveyard thing. So I'm missing one item, and that... How do I get there? Let's look at the map. Let's see. Floating Isles of Deadlands. I think I have to go through the Deadlands. And I don't think I ever unlocked a way to do it. So, guess what we're doing again? It's horse time. Unless, let me check. Map should tell me. It says I got the rune. I think that means I got the rune. Did I not? Can I teleport to the dragon's graveyard? Is what I need to know. And we can find that out right quick. If not, I don't remember how to get there. I think it's through the Badlands that we horse through. Let's see, that's Floating Isles. Yeah, there's a bunch of these I just didn't get. City of Camelot, Camelot Under Siege, Road to Camelot, and then the lake. Yeah, I just didn't unlock that stuff. Let's check the... Let's take the Badlands, I suppose. It's the only other way I can think. So, well, that's what I get for not being diligent about my rune collection and orb usage. So, unless there was a, no, there's no direct path to the dragon graveyard. It's got to be through the Badlands horse, regrettably. Deadlands horse. Oh, it's horse time again, folks. entirely my own fault, but it is horse time again. Don't you love horse time? Let's see. Simon, get out of there, bud. Sorry, my cat's in the way. I've already forgotten how this horse stage goes. Okay, that water doesn't hurt us. I'm sure I'll remember it in no time. Oh wait, it's a short one. That's fine. Not that much horse. No problem. Never mind. It's a short horse to get to a longer horse. Aren't you glad there's more horse? Now, the fact that I'm having to horse again is not the game's fault. That's my own. For not unlocking the rune gateway thing to here. I can't blame the game for this one. That's all me. One nice thing is, I do have 2 more pips of health than the last time I did this horse stage, so I have slightly more of a buffer. Like, that would have been death before. Oh. That was a longer jump than I anticipated. I should have sped up, and I didn't. That's on me. Whoops. Oh, what? No, I didn't fall. The horse was tightrope walking. It counted me as dead even though I got back up. That's lame. Should have let me pull off a cool move. Shouldn't count as a death if you did something cool to forestall it. Like run on the rope itself. Kinda crushing it right now, though. I'm gonna regret saying that. Gonna be dealt some instant hubris adjustment, I'm sure, but... Actually, no, I'm not. I crushed it, didn't get touched. Never punished. Let's go. I would assume the Dragon Graveyard is where I will find the dragon scales. I didn't actually check the guide. I've just made an assumption. But I needed to come here anyway, I think, to destroy the seal. So it's fine. Who needs a guide anyway, you know? There we go. Okay. That was big. Now we don't have to horse again to get back here. Oh, hey. Orbs. I didn't see those the first time. No, I'm going to let that guy kill me so I get back up onto the platform. Then... where's the seal to break? I didn't want to fall. Oh, here it is. That's great. Okay, yeah, so we needed to go here anyway. And then... I think there... oh, there was a wall I couldn't break before that now I can. If I'm remembering right. Please, Memorick. Walk on the bone. Those are very likely not worth getting, but I want them. And I got them. Look at me go. Whoop! Thank you, Games Camera. You did a great job showing me the upcoming perils I faced. That I can totally see is right there. Now, how is it that I can see just fine in this lava stage, but the other one was almost completely impossible to see? Oh, this is where I fought that awful, awful boss. It took forever. I think I can ignore those guys. Time for round 2. Better not be. Oh, there was a lot of stuff here I didn't get. Must not have been paying very good attention. No, not like that, Memorick. Like that. Alright, so I'm looking for a wall of that black crystal stuff. Which we saw right after we left the fight with Mordred. If I'm remembering right, there was some in this area too. That was a bad jump. Keep forgetting you can't go backwards on a jump. Your forward momentum just gets arrested. How much is too much to spend on a second copy of this game in order to get and scan and upload the manual for the rest of the world to use? How strongly would you judge me for doing such a thing? $10 is too much, or $10 is an acceptable number? $10 barely acceptable, 20 okay. this way? No, that's Road to Camelot. I've been there. So it's not this way. Buying a second copy for what it cost new, questionable at best. Yeah, I can see your point. However, do consider that I would be doing the World of Retro Gaming a service by uploading a previously unavailable manual. Right, somebody needs to archive that. If not me, then who? You know, somebody has to be the one to do it eventually. Not quite where I meant to land. Might be able to make it work. Yeah. Also not where I needed to go. I mean, if I could get a copy for $1, I'd be thrilled. Lots of games don't have their manuals uploaded. Last I checked, Bubsy 3D didn't. And to be honest, the manual is one of the best parts of that game. Mine is too water damaged for me to be able to get a good scan. Some pages don't come apart. Now, the last time I checked was 4 years ago. It may have changed by now. I'm pretty sure this game's ISO is online. If you've got a copy of the Bubsy 3D manual, I would very much appreciate an upload. Because I don't think that's online, or at least it wasn't as of 4 years ago. Bubsy 3D is not that bad. There's one online now. When was it uploaded? I mean, I wouldn't say I'm trying to give an endorsement of Bubsy 3D. Just that it's not nearly as bad as its reputation would suggest. And I think for the first few worlds, it's actually pretty fun. It's just, as the game goes on, it becomes less and less able to keep up with its level design with the camera. And Lelia's check is in the mail. It makes me sad that Platform Masters, Lolelia's crowning achievement, will likely never come out. Yeah, it won the Gold X Award, allegedly. Right, respawn chest. I think this needs to be full. Not quite there yet. Oh, when you zoom all the way in, Memorick's character model's not that bad. And he doesn't, like, animate poorly. I mean, I kind of like the cartoonish stylization of the face and facial animations when we got to see them in those cutscenes very early on. I love that scream. Well, I barely made it that time. Really, I just need some degree of vertical camera control. That's not just zooming in and out. The camera control is really the worst part of the game so far. Because for the most part, it's okay.
You found one of the reagents. The last dragon scales remaining in Avalon.
But when it's bad, it's really in the
Memorick,
way.
watch yourself.
Okay. Is it just hit them a bunch? Or do I have to shield bash them? Okay, shield bash it is. You know, when they said use your shield powers early in the game, I thought, oh, maybe we get different shields and they all have different powers and that'll, you know, be the way the game works. No. No. I was much too optimistic when I thought that. Was that really the entire boss fight? That was pitiful. That was embarrassing. Well, that was a boss, I guess. Or a challenge of some sort? Question mark. It got us what we needed, so I'm out. And I think maybe we've broken all of the seals. Because I think there was one per stage. I think we've gone to all of them. I don't know, though. Because the game doesn't track your progress on objectives. Which, feels like it should. I'm not sure I know their work, Volpez. What else have they done? Alright, let's go to the smith and get our stuff upgraded. You know what? Let me save the game. I know it auto-saves, but it can't hurt to do it deliberately.
Memorick, I've been expecting you. This is my good friend and knight of the Round Table, Gareth.
It's always good to meet one of our own, Memorick.
Not the voice
Oh,
I was
no.
expecting.
You are mistaken, Sir Knight. I'm not a knight. I'm just...
True knighthood is found in one's heart. It is not achieved by mere title alone, laddie.
Don't encourage the boy. When all
He's
this
not a
nonsense
knight.
is over, the lad will return to his wizardly studies. Now we have work to do. Gareth here is a blacksmith. He will handle the actual forging while I enchant the shield. On with it!
So now we have a better shield. And, you know, Excalibur. Feels weird that we've had Excalibur before the best shield. Look at the size of that hammer. He is known for hating knights. That tracks, Volpez. You end up picking up some good games, Zenny?
It is done.
Did you pick up a copy of Knight's Apprentice, Memorick's Adventure? We've got a... You did find the Sega GT combo you suggested. Good. That one's amazing. I'm not surprised you didn't see it there. This is not a game even I knew about until I saw it at a store. All right. Is there a seal I haven't broken? There must be, but I don't know where. Oh, are there multiple in some lands? It doesn't show where I have or haven't broken them. Oh, you know, it's probably the Valley of No Return that's got him. So I think I've got to go to the Enchanted Lakes, go down that stupid water slide again. We must return to the Valley of No Return. Wouldn't it be really, really funny if you couldn't go back there? Yeah, I think I got everywhere else. Well, to the Valley of No Return we go. So I think that means we need to go to the Enchanted Lake, go down the water slide one more time. Because I don't think I activated the rune thing in that world. Let's do it. Let's see. Does Excalibur act any differently, or does the shield... It's just a different color. Sure. We'll get there slowly but surely. The Valley of Some Return. Also, you think Legendary Sword Excalibur could one-shot the most basic goblins in the game, but it can't. I think that's really funny. Like, you would think that, and you would be wrong. You would think it because it's a reasonable assumption to make about, you know, your character getting stronger through the course of a video game. But he just doesn't do that. Like, he just decided not to. I mean, Arthur in this game kind of is a fraud. He's old and washed. The Valley of Tax Return. My tax return was very, very small this year. However, that does not upset me, because it means I didn't overpay, you know, on my taxes during the year. It's a good thing if your return is not very large, because it means you were getting, you know, the right amount of money the whole year. And people are like, oh yeah, I got a $2,000 tax return. It's like, that's $2,000 that you could have had the whole time during the year if your withholdings were set up more correctly. Like, you don't need to have a big return. It's better if you don't. I do, however, really wish that Twitch still sent out a 1099, because they just haven't for me for a couple years now. They used to. Now they don't, and I have to, you know, manually track my streaming income. Well, they used to do it for streamers, and then the law changed, and now they don't. You still need to pay taxes on, you know, any stream income. And the IRS won't tell you if you should file it as, you know, Section C self-employment or classify it as hobby income. There's a lot of different ways you could. But then it starts getting into, you know, well, what's your intention with streaming? You know, do you mean to treat it like income or like a hobby? I looked, Arthur. They didn't send me one last year or this year. No, I looked. I think because I don't make over a certain amount, they don't send it, but... when I check the, you know, view my tax forms thing, they just don't show up in there. And I emailed Twitch about it, and I checked, you know, online. Other people have the same thing happening to them, so I know it's not just me. I mean, it's not a big deal, because I do, you know, plan around that, but... you would think Twitch would be, you know, more on top of that, but they're not. It'd be great if I didn't report, you know, streaming income. But then the IRS would probably come a-calling eventually, and I don't want to go to prison over a little Twitch stream whoopsie. So... I'll pay that high self-employment tax. Yeah, it's virtual. It doesn't count. Yeah, they'd send me a bill with penalties. I don't want to deal with that. Does this even go to the Valley of No Return? I don't remember how I got there. Oh, wait, no, I don't think this goes to the Valley of No Return. I needed to go to the Deadlands Horse and go the other way. I think I'm doing this slide for no reason at all. Other than it's fun. I could imagine if you were a little kid and you had this game on your Xbox, you probably would do this a bunch of times because you thought it was fun. But I'm not a little kid. I have so many other games I could be playing at any given moment. And instead I'm on this water slide. Hello, Spooky. Like Sword of Sodan, yeah. Now, Sword of Sodan is unquestionably a worse game than this one. I can't even truthfully say I'd rather play Sword of Sodan than this. I would be lying. Sword of Sodan is really bad. It's bad in confusing and interesting ways. I'm the oldest person you know. That's not true, Carmen. I can't be the oldest person you know. I'm impressed you beat it on normal, Boniface. Was it much more tedious? Or once you know kind of what and how to do, is it largely the same? much more tedious. Oh, I'm mad that I went to the wrong place. They swing on you more often, and they outrange you. Part of me wants to play the Amiga port, or not port, the Amiga original, to see how different / better it is. Wait, no, this might be... Okay, this might be the right way. I mean, they weren't retro games then, Spooky. They were just games. Oh wait, I probably didn't... You know what, maybe I needed to go here anyway. Because I don't know if I broke the seal here. Which means I need to find it, but... I will say, I do like the potion system in the Genesis version. I think it's a good idea. And I wish it had been more thoroughly developed. Like Sword of Sodan, but gladiator combat. Was it on the Genesis? Do you remember? An arcade game. Trying to think if I can think of anything like it. Was it violent like Sword of Sodan? Oh, Gladiator. Well, that would be simple enough, huh? The silent fall into the lava that time. ...1986 Taito game. I don't know that one. Taito made some real bangers, though. I feel like they don't get talked about enough in the conversation of the greats. You know what I mean? They've got a real claim to it. I mean, yeah. Even if they did literally nothing else, Space Invaders gets them recognition forever. A game so popular it caused a literal coin shortage. Which is insane to think about. Ooh, Taito also did the Rastan games, right? That's a cool one. I don't think it's there anymore, but when I first visited Japan, my favorite of all of the game centers I went to was the huge Taito game station in Akihabara. So they used to have the full, like, 3-monitor Darius cabinet in there, which, playing a game like that in, for the time, completely insane widescreen is an experience like nothing else. You found a terrible smoothing filled version. Is it Run Plays in HD, Boniface? Is it my nemesis? It isn't it someone else? That's even worse. They're multiplying. I don't remember this area being so gigantic. Also not even convinced this is where I need to be. This is where any kind of objective system would help a ton. So I know there's probably one of those seals around here. Actually, I think I can confirm if there is, but all right, this is where we slide down these. Keeping my eye out for the little glowing red pillar thing. That earlier in the game I thought was responsible for spawning monsters. Turns out that's not what it was there for. Hey, this is also the spot where I got stuck earlier in the playthrough. Because I didn't know about that jump you can do. Whoops. Still don't know if I'm going the right way. I may end up looking up the guide. Oh, that's really funny. You would think riding that would mean you're safe. It didn't. There, now at least we can teleport back here. I need to find the seal and break it. Which I would think would be over here somewhere, but I don't see it. If anybody does, please call it out. You'll recognize it. It's the glowing black and red crystal that you've seen me breaking as we go through the game now that I have Excalibur. Kind of been revisiting areas in order to do it. I assume there's one here, but I'm not actually sure. That's why I'm trying to look around. So I could go first person to scout. Because at least the draw distance is pretty good. I feel like it would be in this hub area, but I don't see it. think we also need to go to the Valley of No Return. Can I not activate that one platform again because it was tied to this guy's death? 'Cause if so, that's really funny. And certainly seems to be the case. I need this to float up. But it was triggered on the boss's death. He's now not here. So... question mark. It's not over here. Oh, some orbs I never picked up, though. I like an orb. I did have to backtrack. Well, it is a different lava area, but I also had to backtrack to a different lava area. That's the Deadlands, so I need to go to the Valley of No Return. I think it failed to load part of that texture. It's kind of funny in and of itself. I am a little bit lost. If the game provided some way to track your progress on an objective, it would help tremendously, but it doesn't do that. So, good luck. So I think I need to go this way, and instead of going to the Dragon Graveyard, go to the Valley of No Return. I think that's what I need to do. I could be wrong. It means it's horse time again. We love horse time. We don't love horse time. We do our best at horse time. This at least is not a long horse time. It's just to get to the next area. It's my anti-horse arc. No, I'm not anti-horse. Oh, sorry, I bumped the mic there. So that would be Dragon Graveyard. I don't want to go there. That's Deadlands. I don't think I want to go there. I think I want to go... not to Floating Isles. That's Dragon Graveyard. This would be... we go Deadlands and see if I see the seal I need to break from whatever entrance this is. That's one emphatic way for the game to say, don't go that way. The ending is a winner. Is it a game I should look up then? Okay, I'm not yet seeing the seal in the beginning area. Actually, is Gladiator by chance on any of those Taito collections, like Taito Legends on PS2 or Xbox? Well, thank you, Blossom. I wouldn't think of VTubers as any monolithic category, because I think like any kind of streamer, there's always going to be, you know, different things to suit different tastes. So I think I see the seal I need to break. There's a specky version that looks like buns. Well, yes, it's the specky version. I do still want to get a Timex Sinclair 2068, which is the American specky equivalent, that with one ROM chip switch can just play ZX Spectrum software. But I think more realistically, I'd like a Timex Sinclair 1500, which is the ZX81 effectively. There's tons and tons of software for that one. How hard would it be to hook up for streaming? Not particularly. Because I could just get RF modulated video out, probably feed it into my VCR, and then composite from the VCR into my stream setup. That's what I'm planning to do for my Commodore 64. Once I fix that. No, not the worst daisy chain. It's the same thing I have to do for Atari, Coleco, and television. Anything pre-composite needs a bit of finagling. Blandia is such a funny name for a game. Alright, how do I get to the Valley of No Return? Yeah, please play our bland game. That would work on me, is the thing. I mean, I'm playing this right now, aren't I? So let's see, where is our... There it is. Our teleport. I did not stream Blandia. At least I don't think I did. It's entirely possible that there are games I've streamed that I've forgotten I've streamed. Because I've been doing this for almost 5 years now, so it's always possible I streamed something and forgot. Which would be a little distressing. I've done grab bags as well, though never for arcade. Grab bags tend to be console games I've got physically in hand. You know, I've thought about it, Volpez. Well, I don't think I can yet move on. Let's save. Check my objectives. A nice streak, Awkward Chan-kun. Alright, so it really does look like the only one left is probably the no return. No, I think I'll remember this one. For sure. Let's see. So I'm just looking at the guide now. I did the Deadlands one. I just did that. Okay, Forest of No Return. How do I get to the Forest of No Return? Let's see. I'm checking here. In the guide it says, find the Tome of Insight in the Valley of No Return. You emerge from the riding sequence in the floating isles. Follow the path, jump over gaps till you're back at Merlin. Go past the portal to the bridge at the bottom of the small waterfall. Is it just from the floating isles? Might just be the floating isles. They ran out of memory, so they made him unkillable. They must have faced backlash for that. There's no way they got away with it. Oh wait, now I remember how to get there. It's the funny skull-looking one. Yeah, right here. But we do have to ride the horse. Horse time! I do look forward to my end-of-year tier list of games I played, during calendar year 2026. Because when I did 2025, there were a lot of games that I barely remember having played. I know that I did, but turns out I play a lot of games in the course of a year. And that's not even counting, Doom Watts. Those don't go on the tier list at all. Anything this year is going to be hard-pressed, though, for general badness to top Army Men Soldier of Misfortune on the PS2. That was a truly special game. And one of the most unbelievable I think I've ever played on stream. What do you mean I fell? Now, Dweller Dark, my tier lists aren't necessarily reflective of the quality of the game. For example, the S tier, the top tier, is Certified Bloom Recommended Game. This does not necessarily mean the best games I played in a year. It's just, those are the ones that are a Certified Bloom must play. Granted, pretty much everything I put in that category I do think is a good game. But there's a lot of leeway there, shall we say. There were two F tiers as well. There's F+, must be played to be believed, and F-, do not play. There's a big difference between those. For example, Soldier of Misfortune, Army Men, that was an F+. Descriptions don't do it justice. You need to play it to understand. Rapulous Panic was an F-. That was a game that was truly incompetent in every way. I'm willing to forgive a lot, but not knowing the rules of blackjack is not one of them. See, I can tell you already where the Dark Convergence 1 and 2 are going to be. Super Mario Bros. X. Probably not. Nekosune, no offense. Just not where my interests lie. Not a slight against you. There we go. But the Dark Convergence 1 and 2, I can tell you right now, those are both going to be F+, must be played to be believed. And I do mostly mean that positively. Like, as games, they are unquestionably bad and rancid. However, they're unlike anything else and incredibly funny to boot. So I think this is where the seal was, roughly, but those were supposed to be punishments. Talk about a miscalculation. We gotta go to the orange dimension. That's the problem with games nowadays. None of them go to the orange. That's what they're missing. Balan, I feel, at least has some degree of interest. Actually, do you know what would save Balan from being a total misery for me personally? It's the little guys in the hub world. That saves it for me. Oh, you know what might go in the triple question mark tier so far this year? Which last year was occupied solely by Mr. Bones. I think there's another game that would go in that category this year. I might put Hell a Cyberpunk Thriller in the question marks tier. Or it might just go in B for good. But I feel like that game's got enough strong what the fuck moments to almost merit inclusion there. Also, I think I mentioned I did buy the paperback novel of that game, which I'm not sure if it's just a novelization or if it's like an independent story on its own. But I do have it now. I haven't read it yet. If anything, I'm so impressed by the quality and quantity of voice acting in that game that I can't really feel too negative about it. Also, I thought all the puzzles were pretty logical. I didn't get stumped. Apparently, I found out that game does have a timer system where you can end up locked out of being able to beat it if you took too long to do stuff. Which I didn't. So, skill issue for everybody else, I suppose. But that was certainly a unique one. I know that is also available on DOS, so it's not a 3DO exclusive, but I could see the 3DO probably being the better way to play it. especially because it does have higher... I don't know about higher resolution, but it's full screen for most of the FMV in 3D, as opposed to in a small window on the DOS version. I think I can probably just go. Let me check the objectives list. Nothing's indicated that it would be done, but... Nope, it's still showing as active. Destroy the 13 seals. Let me check what the guide says. Maybe there's some I missed. Okay. In-game description. Destroy the 13 seals that bar the entrance to Morgana's mansion. The seals are the glowing red artifacts you've seen 9 of so far. To destroy them, you'll need to hit them with 2 Excalibur special attacks. With 2! I've just been doing 1. I'm gonna kill myself. It does say the Mab. The Dracula Flow type character in that game was, I think he was called Mr. Beautiful, who was played by Dustin, or no, was it Dustin Hoffman? It was a real Dennis Hopper. It was Dennis Hopper. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. Oh. Well, now I know. See, I just thought kind of knocking them down. Bloom, you should have known it wasn't so easy to destroy those. No, my smile and optimism remain intact somehow. For I know what I must do, and I can do it. However, I'm now considering that I think I need to go back to the bayou and the snow area. And I did not go out of my way to... So mad at myself. We get more horse. I think we even get griffin again. Well, let's go to the ones I know we can do quickly by means of teleporting there first. Whoops. You know, that's on me for assuming they were broken when they shut down. Why'd they make them take 2 hits? Why not 1? 1 seems like plenty. You know, it's a powerful attack from Excalibur. I feel like it shouldn't take that many hits. And yet it does. So, I mean... what can you do? Excalibur, you're a pitiful sword. Is there anywhere I can go to from here? You don't take out enemies any faster. You can't even break seals in one charged up hit. What are you good for? Embarrassing sword. Excalibur. That's pretty good. Well, our business here is finished, at least. So we just start going back through the areas we've been to, and it's fine. It's totally fine. We just gotta take another little horsey ride. We'll be back in no time. Not an issue. No, it's not going to be a 3-stream game. We just have some unfortunate backtracking to do. Most of which is my fault. But it shouldn't take particularly long. So I know where I'm going and what to do. Valley of No Return. It's back to the floating isles. Yeah. It's just really far afield on foot for some reason. Oh, I don't know if you heard my elbow and shoulder there. It made a good sound. Alright, well there's one of these I can go break here on Merlin's Island. And we'll go back to the Enchanted Lake. Back to the Deadlands. We'll save the Camelot ones for last because they're the easiest to get to. It's gonna be fine. I like that these ones just run away screaming now. What? I say as he kills me. Well, that was funny at least. So that leads to Enchanted Lake. Oh, the Enchanted Lake one's right there. Just go do it now. I'm so embarrassed. And there it is, the seal. Totally fine. Well, that's 2 out of 13 now. God, that's embarrassing. It won't take long, at least. Oh, you know what? I bet if we check the objectives now, it'll show us which ones are broken. The reason it wasn't showing any as broken before is because none of them were. I just thought they were because I'm stupid. It sure does now show which ones are broken. My God. That's unbearably embarrassing. I thought it was just useless. Turns out I'm the one that was useless. Alright. Let's go solve this problem. Because there's one over here by where Merlin's stick was. That was the first one I broke, and I felt so good about myself. Like, I remembered this was here. Like, you gotta pay the kibble tax, Boniface. I don't know what to tell you. Cat knows what she's about. Yeah, she had a whole bowl plus one. So mad. It was that simple the whole time, my God. The good news, at least, is it shouldn't take us very long to do all of these. Something about there being fall damage still strikes me as pretty funny in this game. Like, you can double jump. What are you doing taking fall damage when you can double jump? Okay, so from here, let's go to the Deadlands. At least now we can also teleport to most of the places we need to go pretty quickly. Exceptions being the bayou and the snowy area. But even those, we can teleport to the city of Camelot and go right into the bayou. I'm going to be optimistic. I think we're going to be fine. And the bayou and snowy place are connected directly. So I don't think we need to deal with the griffin at all. Oh, and the dragon's graveyard. Got to go back there. But we can teleport right in. Won't take but a minute. So from here, I just got to find the spot. So you know what? I can look at the guide. In the area to the right of the entrance to the Deadlands just past the levitation sphere. So I think we just... I don't remember where the levitation sphere was, but it's fine. Somewhere over here. Yeah, it was this way, I think. Maybe. Remember, it didn't take us long to get there, so... Yeah, there we go. Didn't wanna levitate. Right, it was over here somewhere. Mistaken that guy for it. Okay, yeah, it's up in this zone somewhere. There's the levitation sphere. There it is. It is very embarrassing to get it so wrong that I now need to do it again. But you know what? It's fine. It's totally fine. And then if we look at our objectives, it's just part of the fun. Yep, that's 4 down. Look, we get to go to all of these wonderful, engaging, original areas once more. Who wouldn't want to do that? Don't answer. Hey, Cube, how's it going? Don't think even the devs want to do it. Probably not. I know somebody said a bunch of the people that worked on this game have gone on to have quite good careers in the gaming industry. Which I'm happy for them, I really am. Because imagine if this game was like your only credit. That would be terrible. And now if I had actually been more diligent in finding the runes and opening the portals, this would be even less tedious. So really, part of this is player error. Part of it. Well, this is a degree of backtracking to make Metroid Prime 2 blush. Give me some of that Excalibur juice, please. There it is. And we got it. Okay, kill me. Thank you. We're death warping. Advanced techniques, death warp for the speed run. Let's just check that there's only one in this area. Certainly appears to be the case. All right, time to go to the bayou. By which I mean the city of Camelot, because then we can walk into the bayou entrance right there. And from the bayou, we can actually walk straight into the snow area. So it shouldn't take all that long. And then each of the Camelot stages, I think I also know where they are in those. Easy enough. And then we're done. Or then we're on to whatever the last portion of the game is. I assume the last portion of the game. Be crazy if it wasn't. Felt like this one was right here, but maybe not. I'll worry about this one later. Let's just go to Bayou. Morgana and Mordred again. That's fine. You know, the bosses are whatever. Most of them have been easy. The only ones I struggled on at all were that Guardian and then Mordred, just because you needed to do all his forms in one go. But failing a boss fight over and over again, totally fine. That's more fun than, you know, this. They do give us a little spinny attack. It's not any stronger and is in most ways worse than my regular attack. It's the kind of forward thinking I've come to expect from this game. Hello, Evelyn. How you doing? Alright, so we just got to find where that was on this stage. I think it was over here. This is where a stage of the, or a map of the stage would be very appreciated, but I don't have one. Do what we can without. It's the same the whole game. The only new thing we get is that spinny attack, which isn't very useful, sadly. One would hope, but I can't even see where to buy the rune. Could just be blind. Yeah, Department of Redundancy Department. Okay, here's the one I need to break. And there we go. And so from here, we just now need to go to the snowy area. Which does connect directly from the bayou. Well, this is just an area I missed. This is probably where our rune was. May as well grab the orbs while I'm here. Just walk into the goo. Just end it. No, this game doesn't play like Zelda at all. If anything, I think the closest comparison would be something like a Jak and Daxter. Except this is, you know, not nearly so competent as that. Nor colorful, nor expressive. There's the rune I needed. Great to get it now when it doesn't matter. Well, that's my own fault for not exploring enough. I think really the thing that frustrates me most about this game is that a lot of the things that would make it better wouldn't really have cost money to do. You know, like, there simply isn't vertical camera control at all. Hitting up and down on the right analog stick only zooms in and out. It doesn't alter, you know, the angle of the camera up and down, which I would really like if it could do that. It makes it more difficult than it needs to be to judge distances, which is already really quite hard to do. So a lot of jumps you're just kind of going on faith and vibes and hoping it works. Which, you know, not the best. Alright, at least we can activate this now. Okay, so now I want to get back to the snowy area, which means I think I just need to platform through here as normal. Which you would think I would be good at doing by now, but, apparently not. A lock-on system a la Zelda would have been very nice, but I can live without that. Were the camera a bit better. Okay, so I don't need to go to the canyon. I mean, a targeting system would be nice. I can, however, live without it, you know. It's not a must-have. It's a would-be-nice-to-have. I feel like being able to adjust the camera up and down, that's much more of a must-have. Okay, that would be Bayou Horse. I don't think I want Bayou Horse. Or do I need to do Bayou Horse? I thought I didn't. Thought there was another way through to the ice area. Does anybody remember? Hey, good on you for donating platelets, Lindia. That's an admirable thing to do. But I know it takes a lot out of you, because I've done it a number of times. Let me check the guide, just because I don't remember. Let me see. Don't remember how it says to get to the Bayou Horse. Let me just check. Let's see. About the snow. I'm reading a game facts guide from 2005 in hopes that it will help. Oh, there's a second Bayou seal, so we got to take the horse. All right. With that, though, I'm actually going to take a break because it's about ad time, and I need to pee and get some water. So when I come back, we're gonna finish this. I really don't want to make this a 3-stream game. I'll be back in a few. All right. Thank you for waiting. Let's keep going. The only way forward, or the only way through is forward. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. We got to get on the horse. We got to go to the caves. We got to go to the snow area. And then we got to go back here. So there's one more seal here, I think, on the other side of that stuff. So let's do our best. I want to clear this game tonight. And so I shall. The thing is, there's no night other than Wednesday that I can stream this week. So it's not like I can, you know, squeeze an extra one in somewhere. It's now or never. I don't know, if it gets to like 1 in the morning and I'm not done, maybe that's when I call it, but we'll see. I'm very much regretting my cavalier attitude towards, well, I don't need to come back here, so I'm not going to bother with the rune. I see now that was a foolish position to take. And I am being punished for my hubris, as is proper. We must now horse once more. Hopefully only once more. I do not fancy more horse. I almost went the wrong way, which I wasn't sure that was an option. Very nearly didn't make that jump. Would have been bad. Look at that. First try horse. I'm crushing now. That would be Bayou Horse. This would be... There we go. Okay, with this, the Bayou seals are broken. Don't need to worry about those anymore. So now there's the snow and the caves. Is this what New Orleans is like? I can't say. Never been. Maybe. With this, the thread of the bayou is broken. Okay, I thought there was a way to go directly to the ice from here. Maybe it's at the end of all that. Doesn't look like there's any other path. Right, it's got to be the other way. Just to say through here. Okay, this is where I had the option of, I think, either caves or ice. Oh, that's just bringing me back to horse. An in-game map would be lovely. I could swear I was just here. And that it was not the right way. Wait, what did I need to do that horse for? I'm confused now. Did I not need to do that horse at all, in fact? Could I have simply waited for that I didn't see to circumvent the horse? If so, I might cry a little bit. No, that can't be it. What am I missing? Well, either way, we got both of the seals in the bayou. I'll figure it out. This is terrible. That's just horse. Or the other side of horse. What? I'm missing something critical here. And I don't see what. If anybody here is less directionally challenged than I, please feel free to pipe up. So that was horse. That's just the bayou horse path. So I can completely circumvent that. So I need to go to both caves and snow, both of which are accessible from here. So I just went the wrong way. Or rather, I didn't need to do horse. It still got me one of the seals broken, so it was not a waste. Yeah, because there's the other broken seal. So what then am I missing now? I swear it was not this hard to navigate before. I promise I'm not stupid. The worst part is, even if I say, okay, we'll do another stream, I don't know. It wouldn't help. I don't think. This guy just brings me to the canyon. Let's look at the map. there's Caves and Snowy Peak, both of which I get to from Bayou. And I can see I have one in Caves, one in Snowy Peak. Then I have 2 seals, or then the other 4 seals I think are in various Camelots. Now let me look at the map to see. So there's Road to Camelot, Camelot Under Siege, and City of Camelot. If I overlay that against the objectives map, which you would think you could do both at the same time, but you can't, because this game's cheeks. Okay, so there's just the 4 in Camelot, and then the peaks and the caves, I think. Yeah. So I need to get from the bayou to the peaks and to the caves, and I know that I do because I did, and I don't remember where or how, and there's no local area map. The Griffin only brings me to the canyon, which I do not need to go to, because I have been there. That I've already activated. So it is no longer of use to me. That's where I just was. Don't know where I'm... That might be the caves over there. In fact, I think it is. Okay. We need to go to the caves. This is not a problem. We need to find the seal and break it. And then we're more than halfway. We're already more than halfway. So technically that statement was still true. We are more than halfway either way. Now where this thing was in here, I do not remember. And also I can't see shit in here. So this will be fun. Hello Aaron, how you doing? I'm in a hell of my own creation. Turns out I was doing a key action wrong the whole time, and now need to backtrack through the entire game to do it again, but right this time. Turned it into a curry. That doesn't sound like a problem to me. I've got to find the seal, bust it. Can I just make that jump? I can. Kill this guy because this is annoying. Oh. Oops. I think that's the seal over there. I can't quite see because it's very dark in here. Despite, you know, the preponderance of lava everywhere. Yep, there's the seal. That's the thing, what I gotta break. Oh, got really lucky. Now it's broken. Now I can go to the ice area. Nice. At least it didn't take super long. Seal had it coming, Furrow. Yeah, I know, but it's a video game. I want to see where I'm going. You know? I do like his death groan. Come on, man. Land on the platform. I am not going to solve this problem by cranking the contrast. Even though it's quite tempting at present. Flat out an Arthurian setting in the loosest possible sense and definition. They do look a little like Reese's Cups. Oh, that was funny. We got to see the terror settle into his face as he realized he was going to die. Best part of the game so far, if you ask me. Now, know what would be super duper helpful in this moment is if I could control whether the camera was looking up or down. But I can't do that. Aveyond, I do not know those. Tell me more. If you're watching this, you might wonder, why doesn't Bloom just, you know, move the camera a bit to see better where he's about to jump? Is he an idiot? Yes, I am an idiot, but I do not have any control vector over the camera that would make that jump more predictable. I cannot change looking up or down whatsoever, and the left-right that I have also does not leave me an option. I can go into first person, but that's about it. I thought that was jumping onto that little bridge right there, but I guess not. There we go. Come on, man. I really just need the camera behind the character for a minute here. There we go. I'm going to have to look into those. Were they for Windows? And are they in English? Both, yes. I'm going to have to look into this. That sounds quite interesting. They're just orbs. Oh yeah, there were orbs I didn't pick up because they were on a stupid seesaw. That's why I didn't pick them up. And one of these directions brought me to, the cold zone. The snow slide isn't where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go to just the peaks, and I don't think I take the slide to get there. There we go. I'm sure I could find them. I'm quite good at tracking down software. Okay, snowy peaks. All we need to do is break one seal, then we can start going to Camelot, and then we're in the clear. We're so close. I'm beating this tonight, whatever. I'm going to be tired in the morning, but that's okay. I'm going to be tired in the morning, I say, as if I'm not tired in the morning anyway. Is Memorick getting better? No. DJ Tatsujin. It has gotten significantly worse. Mostly it's my fault, though. I will take the blame. What I thought was breaking the seals was actually not. So I've now had to do an extra big amount of backtracking, which is not great. I am, however, reconciled to my fate and recognize that it was my fault. It does feel that way, Bearer of Peas. It would be a lot better if it was just very straight and linear, in my opinion. As many games are. You know, an open design is not an inherent positive. In the same way you should be able to justify your game being linear, you need to be able to justify it being non-linear. In this case, it's not really adding anything. No, I don't need that sealed copy. I do want to get a copy of the game with the manual, because nobody has scanned the manual and put it online. And whenever I can redress that kind of gap, I like to. But it's not, like, super critical, you know? There we go. Wasn't very nice of that guy. Now, where is the seal? So I keep thinking now of seal as, like, you know, the critter. So instead of, you know, breaking the seal, I'm now thinking, like, I'm gonna club that seal. Just absolutely batter it. Gotta be over here, right? I know I didn't break this one yet. Why are you frowning, Karin? It's a joke. I'm not actually going to club a baby seal. Though I am thinking of that one fake TV commercial in Weird Al UHF. Crazy Eddie's used car sales. He's saying, if somebody doesn't come down here in the next 10 minutes and buy a car, I'm gonna club this baby seal. That's right. I'll club a seal to make a better deal. And Al just turns off the TV in confusion and disgust. Of all the fake commercials and TV programs and stuff from that movie, the one that stuck with me most, I've told this before, is Conan the Librarian, where he just cuts a dude in half for not knowing, or for returning a book late. Just because my mother was a, school librarian for years and years. And she absolutely would crack up at that scene every time. Yes, I do know that, DJ Tatsujin. I've been following that project closely. Last I checked, it was still recommended to use an ODE over a burned disc for some audio streaming issues, but I think they may have been worked out now. Terminus looks great so far. I've been following that project with interest. It looks very, very good, very technically competent. Here's the other seal. So to my understanding, the main issue sometimes with burned discs versus, stamped pressed disc can be kind of issues with harder to stream data directly from the disc. So I think if you have it cached to go load more stuff into memory rather than try to stream real time, it works better. That's my understanding. Also, speaking of pressed discs for 3DO, I'm extremely excited that my brand new copy of Lucien's Quest is in the mail. Right, and that's why, Volpez, now that I have a retail copy of Dr. Hauser, it works flawlessly. Yeah, the 3DO does not have any copy protection, though. Which is nice. I mean, I wouldn't really expect a system from 1993 to have that. Yeah, Guardian War is another that I have and just haven't streamed yet. That I think I could conceivably do in a single sitting. Same with Lucien's Quest. Microcabin made great games, though. If you liked Guardian War, can I recommend Mystaria on the Sega Saturn? Also by Microcabin. No, you're thinking of Guardian Heroes, Volpez, which is on Saturn. Guardian War is a pretty cool tactical RPG where you control little golems. Very cool pre-rendered 3D graphics with lots of scaling and rotation, and also an unbelievably good soundtrack for Guardian War. Like, I'd kind of put it up there with the best of that kind of generation. Sounds awesome. Alright, let's find our seal. Actually, we can just kind of go through all the Camelot levels as normal. Because we got to go through them anyway. Just stop when I see those. Kill that guy just for the fun of it. Because I don't like him. All right, we're in a pretty good spot now. Now, Tatsujin, have you seen that there is a reprint of Lucien's Quest going out into the world right now? Looks like an incredible package made with love and care. Cheese on a curry? Why not? I've had a cheese tonkatsu curry before, and that was good. The reprint is still rather expensive, but it comes in a proper long box with a recreated box manual from original scans. Everything, and roughly 50% of the price goes to charity. So it's worth looking into, I would say. Let me check that I'm in the right area. So if I look at where the remaining seals are, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. That means there... Okay, there is one in the road to Camelot, and I didn't break it yet, so I must have walked right by it. It was probably over here somewhere, and I just didn't see it. Question mark? That was effective. But yeah, the reprint is $120, which is a lot of money to spend on a game, but it's also much less money than a new copy of Lucien's Quest. So, you know, grading on a curve and all that. It was worth it to me, so I bought a copy. I was actually able to pre-order because I got in touch with the lady in charge of it, who runs an incredible fan website for Lucien's Quest, by the way. I would pull up the link if I wasn't in the middle of playing this game. But she has put tons and tons of love and care into this, and told Microcabin and did not receive a cease and desist, so don't know if I would say she has their blessing, but they're not going to litigate or tell her to stop, so consider it as official as you're gonna get, you know? So I think otherwise the hopes of getting any kind of acknowledgement of those old games is quite low otherwise. Oh, I went the wrong way, I think. It's probably further down the road this way. I am close to the end of this game. I'm finishing it tonight, come hell or high water, so... The problem is, a lot of this backtracking has been my error, because what I thought I was doing, breaking those seals, turns out I wasn't actually breaking them. They take 2 hits from Excalibur, not 1. So the whole time that I thought I was clearing things out, turns out I was not. So that's very cool. Cool and epic. I also blame Merlin for this. It's gotten worse somehow, Hanabi, which is to say it had a couple flashes of what could have been inspiration and did nothing with them. Like, we got to ride on a griffin and have a Panzer Dragoon-style boss fight, only without any targeting and with shit-ass controls. Also, turns out when I thought I was breaking these seals before, they take 2 hits to die from Excalibur's special move, not 1. So I've now had to do an epic backtrack across the entire game to break all of them properly now. I've only got 3 left, and then we can move on to the end of the game. I'm doing it tonight. I'm not doing a 3rd stream of this. And this one was my fault. However, I would have loved some kind of indication from the game that, hey, it takes 2 hits of Excalibur's special attack. We did have one glitch funny enough that I had to exit the game and come back in. So that's a mark in its favor. As insane as that sounds to say. Does that sound insane? I mean, it probably does, but... See, Aaron, what you're describing is actually very close to some real mechanics in Evergrace, where you need to be wearing the right color armor sometimes in order for stuff to work. And, like, dyeing your clothes is an actual mechanic in that game, which I think is fantastic. Let's double check. Also, the map and the objectives tracker are worse than useless. Which is really kind of impressive if you think about it. We did, however, upgrade our shield, so we now have Dragon Shield. It's the exact same, but a different color. No new moves. I believe in Camelot Under Siege we have 2 things to deal with. Let's check. Want to see something that'll really set you off, Hanabi. So on these menu screens, you can only use the D-pad. So I can see Camelot Under Siege, City of Camelot. I have objectives in each of these. If I open the objectives menu and scroll all the way down to the seals, I can see where those are, but I can't, like, click into it beyond just that descriptor. So I think it's 1 here and 2 in City of Camelot that I've got to deal with. That's kind of the overall level of quality and consideration here. Just to say, it's not high. Shouldn't it be more powerful? It should be. Is it? No. Getting Excalibur didn't even reduce the number of hits it takes to kill something. You're asking for too much here. Also, we never learned a single other shield move. It's just that. And the sword never stopped sounding like a baseball bat making contact. That's what the game gives us, and that's what we'll take. We don't have an option otherwise. But it's okay, because we're close to the end. The real key is, I'm not going to let this stupid game beat me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I refuse to be browbeaten by a 3 out of 10 Jack and Daxter wannabe. Like, that's simply not acceptable to me. So I simply will not permit that. Part of me wants to make a clickbaity YouTube video about this. And just be like, here's a weird game you probably never heard of, and here's all the weird stuff about it. I'm gonna say something. Even a, you know, LLM vibe-coded piece of shit would somehow have more personality than this. Because the AI would at least know to steal something interesting. Hidden gem. It's hidden, all right. If it's a gem, it's like anthracite coal. Even like, I think the most confounding thing is many of the things that you could fix in this game would not even cost money to fix. Like, it wouldn't be hard to fix this game's camera. But you'd have to have cared even a little. And I don't think anyone here did. A flawed masterpiece. Could I fool somebody into playing this game? Like, if I show short enough snippets, could I trick somebody into thinking this looks cool? I don't think I could, but maybe with just like really short clips here and there, it might be possible. Doubtful. I mean, you're probably right. Trying to think, like, what are the absolute best things I could show? Like, what's the most exciting? I feel like if I showed in quick succession, like, the Griffin stage, one of the horse stages, the sliding, and quick snippets of combat, I could maybe fool somebody into thinking it looks okay. And then just, like, a couple environmental shots. Because the game's not ugly. It just looks like nothing. I can't imagine this showing up even in an E3 sizzle reel. Like, you would have to be so desperate for filler. Actually, that would be a great test for a video editor. Can you cobble together 5 minutes of interesting looking gameplay from the 12 hours of VOD of this you have access to from me? Probably the answer is no. 10 hours of Memorick falling into lava. And I think there are 2 here in City of Camelot, and then we're free. And by free, I mean then we get to go to the last area and presumably fight the final boss. I swear, if this does a Gideon 3 to us, Honestly, that would make it better, because that would mean it did something. So basically, we're just going to run through here till we see the seals, break them, and then we're home free. Was the seal up here? No, that was where the rune was. We're not really concerning ourselves with fighting stuff because we don't really need to. How's this game still going? Do you want to hear something really, really funny, Jones? So you know those seals or whatever that I need to break? The little glowing red crystal thing? Turns out they take 2 hits to break, not 1. So the ones I thought I broke, I didn't. And I've needed to backtrack through the entire game to catch up on breaking them, as well as explore 3 new areas I hadn't been to. And right now we're finally breaking the last 2. And then we can go to what is presumably the final area of the game. If it's not the final area of the game, I'm gonna laugh hard enough that you will probably worry for my sanity. We did also get a shield upgrade, so things have happened. Hasn't been a total nothing. That means also we can just ignore enemies. You're already worried for my sanity. Yeah, these things here, turns out they take 2 hits to break. Dark World Camelot would be so fucking funny. Honestly though, anything that gives this game more personality, even if it's something wretched like that, would be an improvement. I'm asking myself the same thing, Hanabi. Also, I think I missed one of the seals. I sure did. It's somewhere in here. Actually, I think it's right inside the door. Or it's in Camelot proper. Actually, no, I know exactly where it is. We're fine. I remember, because it was the first one we broke right after we got Excalibur. Or broke. It's inside Camelot proper. Like right in this first room. If it was like A Link to the Past where the Dark World is the last 2/3, honestly, respect. I know it's not, but it would be really, really funny. I think it's also extremely funny in its own way that not only do you not get new sword moves or anything, Excalibur is also not really stronger than your base sword you started the game with. We did it! Memorick, you've done it! The last seal is destroyed. You can now enter Morgana's mansion through the portal room and face Mab. Thank fucking God. Yeah, there is vanishingly little information about this game online. It was a budget title aimed at younger children and teens on the original Xbox in 2004. Which, if this had been on PS2 with almost no alterations, I wouldn't have been surprised in the slightest. Because that makes perfect sense. Apparently, the developer for this largely had experience with Windows, and that's why it's on Xbox and not PS2. So let's save, and then we're gonna go to the portal room, I guess. And get to the end of the game. Can you believe it? Let's charge up Excalibur before we go. A nice look at Memorick here. He looks especially gormless. I think that's probably because it ended up getting delayed, would be my guess, Tatsujin. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. How you doing, Tachikoma? They forgore. The thing is, I want to say this game is forgettable, but I will never forget it. If that makes any sense. For all the worst reasons, it has become unforgettable. I will always remember this. Was it a torture? No, and that's the worst part. It doesn't even have the decency to be miserable to play. Or like, I can admire Athena for NES for its abject cruelty and bizarre nature. This doesn't have that, you know?
The prodigal Memorick arrives.
Flee, child!
Run!
He will do no such thing. He has come to face me. This insignificant child would restrain a goddess? How amusing.
I don't understand. I thought they were in league with...
Me? In league with these insects? Oh, child. You see as powerful as Merlin's spell.
Man, I can't give a shit about any of this.
My spirit has wandered along these long years, searching for someone to corrupt, searching for a vessel through which I could reclaim my
There was a plot.
freedom.
Sure.
These puppets have served me well, but they are
So these two are just dupes. Why would Memorick care?
I am the power that was. I am the beginning and the end. I am Avalon.
Whatever, lady.
To those
I'm gonna hit you with a sword.
think that a crystal could hold
I'd say stab, but Memorick doesn't stab. He just kind of swings it around like a stick.
magnificence.
Alright. Let's go. Something is happening, finally. Can I just run up and hit it? Insta-cooked before. That seemed to work. Whoops! I fell down. So what, I just run around the outside collecting crystals? Go in, get one hit, do it again. It's really gonna be that boring, isn't it? Just get a hit in, like, one at a time, huh? Oh, I see. Now you're doing a dive bomb tactic. Just more. Okay, the shield did protect me from damage, it looked like, but not from knockback. Oh, if you get cooked, you die in one hit. Good to know. I can't tell if those hits registered or not. I gotta hope they did. I am fighting a dragon. More than anything, I'm fighting depth perception and knockback. Whoever designed this fight had the brilliant idea that, you know, we gotta do the special move. Which means just collecting a bunch of crystals from around the edge of the arena, running in, doing the move once, which I... Oh, the wind from the wings actually knocked me off. Now I know that can happen. So it seems like the game here is run around the outside, collect your crystals, which I think we need 6 for each attack, and then I can't tell if it's the special Excalibur attack or whacking with the sword after that actually does damage. But the knockback seems to be the biggest challenge. Also, if you get hit straight up by a fire breath attack, that's just an instant. That's just an instant KO. So lots of avoiding knockback. The biggest part of this fight here, it seems. That's true. I don't think I could survive that either. But, you know, Memorick does have a dragon shield, which protected me there, so credit to it. The part I'm not sure of is, do I need to hit her while she's down there, or can I just do the, you know, big attack? Okay, shield does protect me from damage. Doesn't protect me from knockback, though. Because this dragon is my prey. Now, will this game have the decency to do the rule of 3? If I just stand here where knockback can't kill me and hold my shield. That worked really well, actually. Oh, come on! If there were, like, minions I was having to fight, and that's how I got the crystals, that would make things a little more exciting. As it is, it's just slow collection. Rule of 16. I mean, that would at least be something. You know? So we're just gonna chill out here with our shield up until it's done doing the multi assault. Which I think it does 2 of them, maybe 3. Okay, now it should be back. Okay, yep, when it slams back down, it's back to its normal attacks. What? Come on, man! Knockback sucks so bad. Oh. It's fine. The other thing is the wind from the wings can indeed knock you over. So we're just going to hold our shield till it's done with this phase of the assault. Then we'll worry about collecting stuff. I also just positioned myself where knockback can't kill me. I don't want to die from knockback. Oh good, the environment actually worked to shield me, as one would expect, but you can never take that for granted in a game like this. Now we can move forward. Put ourselves in a safe position to shield. Wait till it starts its original behavior, which will be signified by slamming back down to the platform. Good shield they made, though. Dragon Shield doesn't play around. Oh, now it does that in twos, does it? Got to be a touch more careful. Yeah, right? Why aren't there legends about this shield? It deserves them way more than Excalibur does. Almost had a disaster moment there. That wasn't enough, apparently. How much more ferocious will the assault become? Or have I just not hit it in the head enough times? This is going to be a case like the Guardian and the Dragon Graveyard, where their hitbox is super wonky, and you do a ton of work to get to the point where you can even hit it. Kind of how it's feeling. That one felt close. We've got to be getting close, right? That's 4 cycles now. Is this a 5-cycle boss? Am I even hurting the boss? Is the awful question that I don't want to ask. What? How'd I get hit? Shield just gave up that time. Nope. I mean, that's entirely possible that none of that mattered. Which is why I'm now quite worried. I've got an idea. Since the sword appears to be doing nothing, let's use the shield. What does the guide say? I have not checked. I probably should have been. But I'm not gonna. I'll figure this out. If the sword's not doing anything, I'll use the shield. So clearly, though, I'm knocking her over with Excalibur's ability. But maybe I need to do the, like, shield smash to actually hurt her. You know? Maybe this one? It's tough to tell. Well, it doesn't help when I get knocked off the edge continually. Like, it's gotta be one of those things. There's only so many ways I can interact with the game world. Logically, it's gotta be one of those things. Spell parries. I'm gonna figure this out. Come on, pick it up. I wish this had more than like a 2-second loop of generic fantasy music. Neither of those did anything. Did I just miss? Then becomes my question. It's entirely possible the answer is yeah. It's like, what else can it be? Doesn't look like there's any environmental factor, like there's no piece of environment I can bring down. I just hit the wrong button there, I guess. At least it didn't take away my charge. That doesn't appear to be it. It's gotta be like the shield bash, right? It's like, what else can it be? Regular sword didn't appear to do anything. Boy, I love knockback. It's the coolest. Do I need to go onto its platform in order to do this, or can I do it from... I really just don't know. I don't think I'm hurting it in the slightest, really. Mount the dragon, I tried before and it didn't work. But just regular sword attacks also don't seem to work. Okay, so you can't stand on the platform while the boss is flying. It auto pushes you off no matter what. And I don't think the strategy I had been doing before with the sword was doing anything. You looked it up. Am I close? I might look it up because it is getting on for 12:30. You're not sure. That's a great sign. All right, I'm gonna look it up. Let me look at the guide. Let's see. Boss strategies section. Where does it have this? Queen Mab, break the crystal chests on the perimeter of the arena to charge Excalibur. Avoid the fireballs as you make your way around the arena. Double jump into center of arena and quickly use Excalibur's special before Mab uses her fire breath, which is an instant kill. Attack Mab's head with your sword while she's stunned. Repeat the process of charging Excalibur using the Excalibur special and attacking the stunned Mab until she's been hit 5 times to finish the battle. But I did that. Alright. I'll do it harder. So I was doing the right thing the first time. That is both reassuring and frustrating. Because it means I'm not an idiot. But that not being an idiot didn't help. That's 1. I don't think that one counts, so call that 1. And I'm just gonna chill out. Until they go back to their normal pattern. It's not even the first time this month where this has happened. You know, that should bring me comfort, Hanabi, but it doesn't. Then again, I don't know that there's many people on this planet for whom Sword of Sodan is a comfort game. I think there's at least one. I think Ruka, who was in chat, that might be their comfort game. Is this the final boss? I assume so. Fucking better be. Okay, call that 2. Who's gonna tell him, Karin, don't say such things. Nope, you don't fight Morgana. She's knocked out in a cutscene when you get here. Now, how'd I take a hit that time? 2 volleys. At the end, Merlin turns on me. I would welcome it. Because again, that would mean the game decided to grow a personality, even if it was right at the end. Better than never getting there. Okay, that's 3. Now I'm just gonna Dragon D's nuts, thank you. I'm just gonna hang out and shield, which apparently sometimes doesn't work. So I messed that one up myself. So we're back to phase 1. The shield had been working, so I guess I'll dodge instead. Oh, actually, I know exactly where to stand during those big, more all-out assaults. Just go behind a pillar. No reason to put my shield through abuse. 1. Let's test the pillar theory, which is I just stand right here. You know what? I'll hold my shield for good measure. Never mind, this is a perfect strategy now. Is it cheesy and boring? Yes. Do I care? No. I get what they're going for to make this like a cool, epic fight, but they forgot the part where it's got to be fun, you know? So that's 2. Now, instead of worrying about all that dodging and nonsense, I can just chill out behind the pillar. Runarounds in circle doesn't bother me as much, Bearer of Peas, as hurry up and wait bosses. Where, you know, your opportunity to attack is very, very, very limited. I remember, it was probably 3 years ago at this point, I was streaming a Super Famicom exclusive action RPG called Alcahest, which is overall very good. But the final boss of that game was one of the absolute worst offenders for hurry up and wait boss fight design, where you only have an extremely limited window in which you can hit the boss. And it was so egregious that it made the game, like, a game that I had enjoyed greatly up to that point end on a sour note. That's 3. We get behind our emotional support pillar. Put our shield up just in case, but we don't need to. Has anybody else here played Alcahest? Because it does one incredibly funny thing, which is its soundtrack because it was developed by HAL, it uses the same sound font as all of HAL's Super Nintendo games, which means it's like epic RPG music with the Kirby sound font. Which is incredibly funny. Oh, I didn't activate my shield in time. I don't know what happened that time. That's 4. It's not looking good with those hits I took, though. I'm making it tighter for content, you know. The onslaught does go on. Okay, so now it's 3 volleys of 3. I almost messed up there. Yeah, the only behavioral progression is just shooting more projectile. Yeah, don't you know more health equals more epic? You know a boss fight is epic and good when it takes 20 minutes. Under normal circumstances. So, okay, it was 5. It almost looked like it wasn't.
You have no idea what you've done. This is
Stab her right through the forehead. Right through the forehead. Oh, the
Yes,
gang's all
ma'am.
here.
Your time here has ended.
no.
Get back in the crystal.
And so, against all odds, young Memorick rescued the land from the clutches of evil.
Against all
Man
odds,
was once
fuck
again
you.
Imprisoned. Saved from her evil influence, Arthur's half-sister Morgana and her son Mordred became their normal selves again, remembering nothing of the events that had come to pass.
Oh, isn't that convenient?
In the
like,
days that followed,
yeah, I don't
Memorick
remember.
joined the knights in their battle against the invasion, liberating the land from the clutches
What
of evil.
invasion?
The map crystal was entrusted to the Lady of the Lake, who plunged it deep within the endless fathoms of the watery domain. Evil is gone for now, but the never-ending struggle between good and evil will carry
Yeah,
on.
what knights?
For they are inextricably linked, like the passing of the seasons, like the endless turning of a wheel. As for me, I never became the great wizard that Merlin had hoped for. It seems the fates had a different path in store for me. But that...
Oh, fuck you saying you're the king now. King Memorick my ass. Fuck off. Well, that was Knight's Apprentice, Memorick's Adventure. Yeah, they tried a sequel hook. That's a story for another book. Well, you know, you all get to say You've now seen the ending of a game most people don't even know exists. That's kind of cool, right? Praise Memorick's adventure. You provided paychecks for all these fine folks who worked on the game. You deserve praise for that alone. They had this many testers. Well, you can have a lot of testers. They can make recommendations. If you don't have time or money to implement them, it's not really the tester's fault now, is it? Testing my patience, more like. Art director Benoit Sokal, who you might know for games like Siberia, you know, good games. Yeah, did he draw those portraits? I kind of hope so. Of course the game was Canadian. Congratulations. If I just quit instead of saving. Wonder where they are now. I think somebody looked this up, Birdmaws. Let me see. Let's see. So, Microids still around. Making mobile games, I believe. Morphed into another studio. Including lots of good games. At least Microids France. I don't know about that. I had never heard of this either, Meshma. That's why I bought it. I saw it on a store shelf and said, an exclusive game for the original Xbox that I've never heard of. Looks interesting, and it was only $9. Now, 2 streams later, I can safely say it was worth those $9. Not for the game itself, but for the experience I had playing it with you all. It's quite something. No, I think I'll be remembering this game. This game is uniquely unmemorable, as contradictory as that sounds. It truly is a game that gives you nothing at all. But I beat it, and I'm glad I did. I'm not hooking up the Sega Genesis to play Sword of Sodan after that. Absolutely not. I'm going to call it a night here. Wednesday, I'll be back normal time, 6 p.m. Eastern, playing some Doom. That'll be the only other stream for the week. Unfortunately, I'm very busy outside of stream this week. I've got a number of concerts coming up. So I got a lot of rehearsals on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, multiple engagements on Sunday. I'm going to be busy during the week. So, that's it for me tonight. Let's find somebody into whom we can retro raid. Let's see what we got. Also, I will publish over the weekend the kind of rules and guidelines for the event I'm running for May, which I'm calling Make Me Play It May. I'm going to be setting my schedule for the games I play for the entire month of May based on your input. It will also culminate in a big wheel stream like I did for Sega Saturn September. So please look forward to that. Not all games will be on the table as possibilities, because I am going to stick to original hardware for everything, which means some systems you can choose any game. Some, if I don't have a flash cart or ability to play pirated games, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know what Doom I'm playing yet, but I'll figure it out. I'll look at Doom World tomorrow. Let's see. Who's playing some retro? Who can appreciate this? Let's see. Ooh, Dot's doing something fun. Dot is doing No Hit Castlevania 3. Zuzu is playing Pocket Dogs, which is a wonderfully bizarre little game for GBA. Rurika's playing some DMC5. Who else we got? Let's see, Sarzak is playing some Ghostbusters on Genesis. That's one I don't see often. You know what? I kind of want to see how Ghostbusters Genesis is going, so we're going to raid into Zarzak. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. Let me just make sure that he's not just about to end. Nope, he's still in it. All right. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. I will see you on Wednesday for some Doom. I've got a hint as to what it may be. I just need to look into it. Anyway, have a great night, everybody, and I will see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye now.